Yes.
You could toss this on a Jim can't swim. As you can see here, if you were to answer correctly, he would, or truthfully, he would say this. But no, Nick is lying.
No, that's not my account. I haven't made a new account since Chum Bucket. I tried to make a new account this morning, but
isn't it sketchy that he's not talking about Mr. Krabs 5,000, which he used a few days earlier for the Twitter Spaces? Chum Bucket 5,000 also exists, but then Mr. Krabs 9,000 was created, and Ralph and Eric Groyper, everyone followed him and liked all those tweets, and then this happened.
I need to get a different IP address. I tried to make it from my phone, and it made me verify with email. And when it makes you verify for email, that means it's restricted, which means it asks you for the same phone number again.
He's going off into some weird tangent that's completely unrelated as a deflection. He's making up all of these details. It's an obvious lie.
Yeah.
I don't even know why this is a question of whether or not he's telling the truth. Just look at him.
And sorry, it's Krabby Patty 5,000. Honestly, there's too much gay SpongeBob lingo that I don't even want to talk about. Be honest with you.
12 hours
I know
later.
too much about SpongeBob now. I don't know.
So, no, that's not my account. No proof that that's my account. And the proof is every day, well, I don't even know. I want to expose my process here, but every day when I make an account, I go out and tell people, hey, new account, this is it. So that's easily disprovable. Every new account that I
wait a
use,
minute.
So
then
why was everyone
why were all the
following?
Groypers following it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
there's receipts for it in multiple group chats where I go in and say, hey, everybody, new account, it's Chum Bucket, it's Krabby Patty, it's whatever.
It's Krabby Patty.
So we're expected to believe that like Ethan and Ralph, Michael Alberto, all these guys, they just are spending all day on Twitter looking up SpongeBob Twitter accounts and following them potentially to be if they're is that what we're led to believe? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, where was Mr. Krabs 9000 posted for them to follow? Why are they following? Did that account DM them?
How much more proof do we need? Like, how many more times does it need to be caught in lies in the story chain? Like, come on, guys. Use your fucking brain. Come on.
So, no, that's not my Twitter account. Nope, haven't been able to make a new one yet.
And how did he fool 600 plus? Like, the account had like 650 followers. How did it fool that many people? Including the lead Groyper general. It just...
Yeah.
I will make another one probably tomorrow. Because what I got to do is I got to get on another Wi-Fi. That's the problem. I got to get on someone else's Wi-Fi so I get a different IP address so I could bypass restrictions.
Why even do this?
Why are you telling this story? Like, look at him. Look
like,
in his eyes, man. That's like a look of despair. That's the look of a man who knows he's phony as fuck, and everyone knows it. Look at him.
His chat was yelling at him too, by the way. Half of them.
Does he even look like a real human here? He looks like a fucking puppet.
Yeah. Well, he is a puppet.
Fucked. Yeah, he is.
But yeah, I thought I saw someone in the live chat earlier saying, Mr. Krabs, that's not mine. There's no proof that that's mine.
Right.
If there's any proof, I'd love to see it because it's not my account. Every day I post in the same two group chats, new account. Krabby.
If this was fake, here would be his response. That's some fucking idiot. Fuck him. And then you would moving along. Moving along. Like, it'd be like, if you believe that, you're a retard. Bye. He has to, like, now, like, we need all the receipts, the tracking, the this, the that. Anyone can fake that information. If it's fake, you just go, okay, eat a dick or whatever, right?
Patty, new account. I have all the receipts for it. And if so if that was my account, everybody would be able to say, oh, here's where Nick said new account didn't happen. So.
But those people have a vested interest in lying to cover your ass, to preserve their own grifts. Like, that's what Michael did. Michael knows that this is all bullshit, but he knows, like, where else is he going to go? So he's stuck.
Michael Alberto is being phony about this for sure.
Yeah, he knows the truth.
He knows the truth, yeah.
Going on, is that something that's being spread around now? Because I'll come back with the receipts. But
just tell us you jerk off the tranny porn. Like, honestly, I won't even care. I'll be like,
bro, just listen. Like, what? At this point, it's probably going to help his cause.
Yeah.
Because anybody serious has already left. So he may as well go for the optics of being a gay man. And then, honestly, like, plead his case to Con Inc. that he was just a self-hating homosexual. And that's why he did all this alt-right rhetoric and put on the dress and become a tranny. Like, that's his only hope right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, always something, right?
He's caught out in the lie.
Yeah,
he's peering at the chat like, what are they saying? What are they saying?
You should have took a month
off. Do they
off.
Believe my lies?
You should have just took a month off.
If I was him, I would honestly just discontinue the show.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, like, what the fuck, man? It's like chump change you're even making off the show. Just, like, do the grift where you just are like, yeah, I'm doing a lot of political activism. And just try and ride that offline grift and the big donos from the big whales for like another year or two until they figure out after 2024 or 2020. It might only be till 2022, but just ride the grift as long as you can and then fuck off. Honestly, just shameful.
MK Ultra for 50. Thank you so much. It's like, I want Andy's pork chop love child. How much? I can't sell my seed. I'm sorry.
We can't. I mean, everybody has a price.
Okay,
so,
but Ashton, you're gonna say $150.
No, I'm gonna say, for $10,000, if you sign a form saying that Andy is not responsible for the child, he will impregnate you.
No, I'm not doing that. That's insane.
For $10,000?
I would never do that. That's crazy.
I'd do it for $10,000.
For $10,000?
What is it? What is
a
the
human
price?
being? It's like, I'm not gonna bring in a human for $10,000. That's crazy.
Well, the woman wants a child. You're helping her fulfill her dream of having a child.
Well, if she's hot as fuck, I mean, like.
Well, no, we just provide a semen sample and she takes it to a doctor who puts it up
I'm gonna trust. No, if I'm gonna impregnate a girl, I'm gonna fill her up. There's no taking I'm not gonna transfer semen. If a girl pays,
well, we're gonna need an extra $5,000 then if you're gonna implant it personally. We need 15.
Yeah, what am I?
About 15,000.
What am I gonna do? Like ship off my semen and it's stolen by some sort of like Korean fucking superpower that I don't want, you know what I mean? And then it's like war ski, Korean army in like 30 years. No, thank you. No, I'm not down for that. All right.
There we go.
Dalton had your back on Twitter all show. Dalton says vindicated. V for vindicated.
Well, Dalton was following the account. So how is it? I don't know.
See, that's the problem. Everybody makes these claims about me. Oh, Nick got his money back. Oh, the view count is fake. This and that. Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts? Let's see some receipts. Because I could show you. I could pull up.
Oh. And then this is where the account is deleted. Like live.
I could
and then the account coincidentally right at this moment is deleted.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But it wasn't. It definitely wasn't his. He's definitely not deleting it right now on air.
Group chat. They were all in.
Someone said, "No, Andy, I don't know what you mean."
Listen, if Kim Jong, people are talking about the North Korean super soldiers birthed from Andy's seed. If Kim Jong-un wants to make a serious offer, we will consider selling Andy's semen to the North Korean regime to impregnate thousands of Korean women to make the North Korean pork chop super soldier. But it's going to be at least a 6-figure offer.
No, I'll go.
Will you to North Korea
and fill him up like personally?
Well, no. You're not filling up Kim Jong Un personally.
No, I know the girls.
Yeah, you're filling up like a harem of 10,000.
I
North
figured
Korean
that.
women.
What you thought
Yeah.
I was offering for me to fuck Kim Jong Un?
Well, how much is it to fuck Kim Jong Un? Million?
I'll tell you, like in DMs privately.
Yeah, like when we hear from the dear leader of North Korea, who we love, then we will know.
Yeah, I get. Okay, well.
Every instance where I said, let me see.
Not filling up Kim.
I'll fill him up.
Look at him deleting the account.
He's deleting it live. He's deleting it live on the air. Look at it. Look at the way he's looked down, like so sober-faced and guilty.
Okay, erase account.
Let me find it.
Yeah.
I don't know, what am I going to do? Show my phone to the camera? I guess I could pull it up on desktop, pull up a screenshot. Yeah, maybe that makes more sense.
Wow, that's the face of a man who just deleted a Twitter account.
Yeah, it really is. Look at him. Like his smile and optimism gone.
God.
This is another one that you could caption if only you knew how bad things really were.
Yeah.
It's just a look of utter despair.
He's so busted, bro. Look at
Well, I'll post it on Twitter tomorrow. I'll make a new Twitter tomorrow. I'll post it and exonerate myself. But it's just so ridiculous. The problem is, every attack against me is coordinated.
Is it?
Every attack.
No,
it's not an attack. You did it to yourself. Everything you do is to yourself. There is no coordinated op. There's nothing like. Oh man.
Against me is because I'm the only guy out there naming them. I'm the only guy that's
No, you're not.
He's the only one naming them.
Adam Green, Ryan Dawson,
Bingo,
Ralph, Rand. Like, no, Nick, you're not. In fact, your people like running the show are them. And by the way, we are them as well.
Yeah,
we are them. So are you naming us?
All right.
The N-word. I'm the only guy.
Wait. Did he say I'm the only guy using the N-word? Hang on.
What?
Naming them, I'm the only guy that's saying the N-word. I'm the
only guy in the whole world saying the N-word.
Wait.
I think Beardson Beardley would disagree with that for one, but aside from, there's a lot of motherfuckers dropping the N-bomb. I mean,
like, Ralph says it 100 times a day.
Like, look at his face here. Like, what the fuck? Look at his hand. It's like a fucking alien, bro. Looks like a helium-headed alien.
Like those TRS
from the planet
people.
Faggot. Oh, fuck.
Those TRS guys are dropping it, like, people on Twitter, like, you know what I mean? Like, no one... He's the only guy saying the N-word.
Only guy...
The optics of that, by the way, it's like... Did you jerk off his tranny porn? No, I say the N-word.
I mean, I've seen him yell at chat for dropping the N-bomb.
Yeah.
I've seen him be like, be optical, be optical. Okay.
Was talking about race. And so everybody thinks, oh, these attacks on Nick are just because he's doing something wrong. It's because these attacks are all coordinated. You understand that. These are all paid. These are all feds.
I wish. That would
They're
rule.
all feds. Listen,
what
feds.
What do you mean?
Hello? Will you do what you're doing now, but we'll pay you? Yes. Thank you, Fed gang.
Like, feds,
Please.
call us up. Seriously. I know a fed's watching. Like,
well, they don't. The problem is they don't actually like care to pay us because we're just doing it for free. It's fucked. It's fucked. I lose money doing this show every week. You know? expenditures of like my fucking studio and my equipment, like you guys have no idea.
Look, his headphones are fixed.
Well, that
Somebody said
that was like $5,000 right there.
Mm-hmm.
as they took your picture from Instagram an hour later and cropped it. I don't know what that means.
What a show. What a show. What a show. We're just watching America versus him going.
He's so sus.
It's so. He's a kid who, he's a guy who's just caught, fucking jerking off like his mom walked in. He's like, has to eat dinner later. And it's... This is the most...
Like Tay's on day, he moves away from the mic to breathe in. It's okay, bro. He's just moving away from the mic to breathe in. It's nobody busted in with a bucket of chicken or something. Chocolate rain. Oh, stay dry, but others feel the pain. Chocolate rain. Okay.
No proof that it is.
Yeah. So people are saying the uncropped photo is a pizza. Imagine eating this good. So apparently the uncropped photo of the pizza, okay, was released on Twitter. Does that make sense? So it's like a normal photo. Wait, no, hear this. The Krabby Patties, Mr. Krabs 9000 posted a...
Imagine,
Go ahead.
Imagine trying to fucking explain this to a normal person. So yeah, there was the Krabby Patty 9000, and then it was cropped. And...
No way. The Mr. Krabs 9000 photo was like a full photo of pizza and whatever, a drink, and goes, imagine eating this good. That same photo was posted on Nick's Instagram later, but cropped. Meaning, where did he get that photo from? The uncropped one that he cropped for Insta. Well, he posted it on Twitter earlier. That's why he's like, I don't understand that, because he was caught.
That's a bingo.
Bingo.
Holy fuck. He looks so guilty.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes when you're naming them, when we're out there talking about the power structure.
No, stop with the naming them.
What a cope. Like, anytime there's any criticism, well, it's because I'm naming them. Yeah, I bet. It was all a conspiracy by the small... Like, fuck off.
No, I'm not buying this.
This is when they come out against you. So, anyway. So I haven't seen, apparently people are talking about it on Twitter, but I'll make a new account tomorrow. But I wouldn't make Mr. Krabs 9000.
Wait.
No, that's so...
That is the biggest lie! His last one was...
No way.
His last ones were Krabby Patty and Chum Bucket. I wouldn't make Mr. Krabs.
I would never make... Well, listen, what was his excuse going to be? I would never use 9,000. That's cringe. Over 9,000 is old and cringe.
I deleted it. My newest account is going to be...
What does the scouter say about his faggotry level? It's over 9,000!
Holy dude. You're making me laugh.
Punished Hoopla was the account that I made today.
Punished Hoopla. Which is another SpongeBob reference.
And he still has that.
Like a lot of...
And he still has that. Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of hoopla.
It's a lot of hoopla to me.
I don't even have the app on my phone because I deleted it so I could re-download it on Wi-Fi. But I'm going to see if I have any... I would have it on text verified.
Okay, but by the way, Jet, let me remind you, he's doing a serious political...
Remind you, folks, this is just some retarded drama show. This is like...
Ashton, imagine! You're like, oh, wow, a serious conservative show. I get to uncensored, I get to finally watch, and you're watching, you're like, Why are you talking about Krabby Patties? What the fuck? Krabby Patties 5,000? What the fuck? Tranny porn?
Phone.
What the? What is he doing? Why is he on his phone?
Is he whipping out the sussy phone now?
I think he is. Oh.
I don't know. I'll take a look at it after the show. I'll make my new account. But yeah, my new account was not Mr. Krabs was punished hoopla. I think the @ was even created. If I go to twitter.com/
Okay, look at the sussy phone over on the left. Can we zoom in and enhance on the sussy phone?
Okay.
Like, look at how sussy this phone is. It's like purple sparkles. Now, the cope about the sussy phone, which is like purple sparkles, is that it was his grandma's phone. But let's remember, folks, that his grandma died like 9 months ago. So in all this time, he didn't get a new case or take off the purple sparkly sussy phone case. See, he has one phone where he's the leader of the white race, and another phone where he's the leader of the sussy squad. Okay? There's the child leader of the white race phone and the sussy phone. And, this is the internal contradiction of America First. Visualized.
On his sussy phone is one of the Krabby Patties. Mr. Krabs 9,000 was deleted. That's sus. That's sus, bro. All right,
it's sussy.
We just resize the screen. Give me 1 sec. Oh my god, this is a fun episode. It's been all over the place, but it's been really fun.
Sussy squad.
I feel like I'm fucking high right now. Holy shit. All right. Trans phone.
Well, mind you, his grandma's 90 years old and she buys a glitter phone. She doesn't get some. Come on.
That's not the. Your grandma's not buying fucking nothing like that. $100 from Captain Kickass. Let's fucking go.
That kicks ass. Captain Kickass. The legend.
Here's a hundo for protecting against the future DPRK Warski Butt Baby Army. All right, thank you so much, Captain Kickass. Appreciate that. And Liquid Ethan for 20. Training goes well. I've surfaced on Twitter to dismiss the decoy. Okay, thanks.
Now listen, let's think about this too for 1 fucking second. This guy's supposedly a millionaire, and he uses his grandma's old phone as his instead of just buying a new iPhone or Samsung or whatever.
This is sus.
It's sus.
No, I don't believe it for a second.
Nobody can believe it. And
Chat,
he looks like he's lying this whole time.
No, chat, don't even try to go against our theory. And MK, I think you look at Ethan, MK Ultra for $50 saying PPP. Does the carpet match the drapes? Heart.
Okay, well, no, because I dyed this fucking hair this color. No, it doesn't. It's red down there, folks.
Oh, fire crotch.
The fire crotch.
Wow. And I'll read all the under 20 at the end of the show. We're almost done here, but guys, thank you so much. Today's show is just silly as fuck, dude. I loved it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I want to look through the apps on the sussy phone. You think he's got Grindr?
Yeah. Oh, bro, he's got Grindr for sure.
The sussy phone's got every form of gay app and subscription you could imagine.
Yeah. No, of course.
Can we shine a black light on the sussy phone? Is that possible? Could we have it submitted to a black light inspection?
I don't know the number, but that was going to be my new account today, not Mr. Krabs. It was going to be Punished Hoopla, and I already had the profile picture. The profile picture was going to be this. I'll just show you.
This is so sus.
This was going to be the profile picture. Punished Hoopla.
He made it, too.
So, that's my 2 phones, by the way. This is my grandma's phone. Still on the plan. Anyway.
It's still on the plan?
glitter phone case. This is my grandma's phone, okay? This is my dead grandma's phone. And it's still on the plan. That's what I use. I don't want to take. This is like my godly phone, okay? This is my godly phone. Okay, it's like me and Magic endowed with it. This is the phone that my grandma used for Twitter.
He's inverting it like he's like a devil worshiper. Yeah, this is for God's work, not for Grindr. Pressing a big X, throwing up a big X.
Medicare Vasquez says, have a nice night, boyos. Pay pig out. Medicare Vasquez for those massive donuts.
He knows it.
As always.
We love Medicare Vasquez.
Have a nice night, man. We'll see you soon, bud. Holy, what a show. Do we have more?
Well, there's a second clip of this, and then we have Beardson's cope.
All right.
So, anyway. So I used it because it's like, it's a weapon in the battle, and it was hers. And she used to tweet from that phone, so now that's like so it's sort of like...
So now we're hearing the story of how his 90-year-old grandma used to get on Twitter on this phone and tweet her support for her... Like, does anybody believe this shit?
No. He's doing that thing when you lie and you explain too much of your lie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So... Anyway, so yeah, that's why I have the glitter phone case. But anyway.
Whoa.
Traxton sent $3. You ignore my super chat. Skeptical, I guess you want it to hurt.
Which
Less
one?
than /3.
I don't know which one I missed.
Rhino sent $3. Serial killer phenomenon died off because modern tech has made it much harder to get away with things, which is why PPL do mass shootings nowadays. Also, do you remember TRS drum?
Why was there a Final Fantasy VII Seth Roth theme with a beep from the FF7?
I don't know. What was going on?
Less than /3.
I don't know which one I missed.
Rhino sent $3. Serial killer phenomenon died off.
FF7 Seth Roth when he kills everyone in the Shinra Tower. Anyway, wow.
So now we're gonna go to Beardson Terror 1.
Okay, so our boy Beardson, is he doing well or?
Beardson's not doing so good. Like, Beardson wants out, but he's trapped in this hell.
Ethan Ralph bodyguard.
Yeah, so he's saying that he's gonna fly out to Lisbon and be Ralph's bodyguard if he can only raise the money.
And he didn't make it.
He did.
No.
And
Bruh!
Have some of these delicious
So Dad will have to beat up two guys on the road?
Just look at the way he's reacting to Nick here. Like, he fucking really doesn't like that he has to listen to this crap. You can just tell.
Bruh!
Have some of these delicious basket of fries while I go off.
It's like rolling his
Where
eyes.
can the nigga even park in this village?
Oh, man. You like the throws.
I'm never going to get free.
I'm like Kendrick Lamar says, I love
free.
when you count me out. That's so true.
Like, it's just a strange statement to make that he'd never be free of Nick. Like, he's having to listen to this crap. And he's like,
wait, is Nick on the phone with him?
Yeah, Nick's on the phone with him. And I think he muted himself, though, to say that. Like, that he'll never be free.
Oh, Beardson, come to the light, dude. Would you let Beardson on the show?
Beardson for third chair?
I mean, that's kind of a stretch, but I get him on the show.
I love it.
By the way, Beardson doesn't even have a passport, so the whole fundraiser was a scam, even though it failed. Like, he's just like, I didn't even have a passport anyway, so.
What a piece of shit! What the fuck?
Count me out. So true. It's me. Everyone counts me out, and then a nigga keep winning.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the look in his eyes. He's like, that's like fucking Reek levels of broken, bro. Yeah. I hurt myself today. Like, he's dead behind those eyes.
Yeah, it's like Body Snatchers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's not Beardson. This is a different man.
Yeah.
And back. I'm like Nikki from Casino.
Oh, the
By
delay.
the way, the word...
And he can barely even, like, giggle.
Well, because the word casino hurts them. They can't think of the word casino without being upset for a minute.
That's a way to think about it.
Nick, I'm like Nikki from Casino.
Like, do we start a GoFundMe to rescue Beardson? Like,
yeah.
each day, like, we just start, like, you know those commercials with the animals and they play the sad in the eyes of an angel, and it's just like each day Beardson Beardley is forced to shine the shoes of the Mexican child leader of the white race. He has to endure indignity after indignity and deny reality as he degrades himself on a daily basis. For just $1 a day, you can help Beardson restore his dignity. You can help Beardson afford hair implants and a new car that's from this decade. Please donate today and help her in the eyes of...
It's so mean, bro. It's so funny.
You bring a knife, Nikki comes back with a gun. You bring a gun, you better hope you kill
He has
him.
no reaction. He's just like, shut up, you fuck.
Bro, this is after the sussy phone. Like, he just knows it's done. When he saw the sussy phone...
Is that why? Oh, the sussy phone. He knows it's true. That's the funny thing is they all know it's true.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
Dude,
Sup?
straight up, it's Nick Gang, man. You literally, which other movement has like an 18-year-old saying that he'd rape, kill, and die for Nick Fuentes,
So true.
Like, look at Beardson's reaction to that.
It's so fucking...
Like, do you think he's like, man, like, I'm in the wrong place. Like, this is fucked. I just had this guy say he would rape, kill, and die for Nick. He's like, man, I just wanted to play video games and fucking yell at feminine. Like,
no, dude,
guy
wait,
just...
Wait. No, I think you're missing something from this clip. This guy is clearly trolling. He's like, what? He goes, what other movement would an 18-year-old be like leading it or have to rape and kill
man.
for him? Like,
Beardson's so broken, bro.
Like, this guy's trolling, and then Nick thinks it's real, dude. It's not. No, look,
no.
dude. Do you hear his voice? You've been friends with dudes like this.
Dude,
Sup?
straight up, it's Nick Gang, man. You literally, which other movement has like an 18-year-old saying that he'd rape, kill, and die for Nick Fuentes,
Like, this is complete him going, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit.
I don't know,
Scumbag,
man.
fuck.
It's just like Beardson's reaction to this. Like, it's just, he's gone, man.
He's done.
Oh,
So true.
because that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
I
doing.
want to be in
No,
the movement
so
where
true.
teenagers are saying they'll rape, kill, and die.
Straight up. That's what
Oh
I'm
man,
doing.
he can't even barely do his Renfield. Like, yes, master. Like, he just can't even get up for it anymore. He's just so low energy. Like, he's like goofy fucking beaver teeth too. Like a fucking beaver. Hey, it's Beardson, guys. Beardson Beardley here. I love you, Nick.
Straight up, that's what I'm doing.
True.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
doing for Nick
ironically.
Fuentes. No one's gonna do that for this fat niggas or whatever. But did you see what's his name? Broseph. He deactivated.
Wait, is he not trolling?
No, he's not trolling, Andy.
How is that real? That can't. No. I refuse to believe that was real.
I want to believe.
I want to believe. Chat, was that real? Go ahead. Like, what the fuck? He's like, anyway, he's like, I'd do that unironically. Anyway, and he starts talking about like some. Wait, what? Beardson needs to. Wait. Look at the shot of Beardson.
Like,
Wow.
like, he's like,
That's it.
whoa, dude.
That's it, bro. We fucking. I think.
Boulevard of. He's like on the Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Yes. I walk this lonely road. Nick is a fucking homo. Fucking trannies and cowboys. Okay, here we go.
I cry alone. My wife left me now. All I have is a Toyota. You know, it's over, man. He's fucking done.
I've never seen such a sad man in my life. Holy fuck. Do we got more despair?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
We have one more, and then I'll read some super chats.
Come to talk with you again.
Here we have a few. B-Bay for 20. Thanks for keeping me company on my Friday nights at work, guys. Heart emoji. Thanks, B-Bay. We glad you're enjoying the show. Guy for 20. Someone needs to check Grindr for SpongeBob accounts in Chicago.
All right, you should be able to hear me now. I guess I'll go into Discord. Maybe? Alright. I guess I'll go to the Slack too, if anybody wants to come in. OCIR is my friend. What's up, Ontario Cryptoid Investigations and Research, bro? Say, do any of you want to talk about gang stalking? Anything about gang stalking and whatnot? Just let me know. OCIR is a channel of peace like Islam, but in channel form. Okay. I'm going to assume that that's just sarcasm on your part. I don't think anybody wants to chat, so I guess I'll find another topic to do. Is Galdi still stream sniping? Or not? Looks like he made some things about me and Eric.
Anything with engines, I love talking.
What is this? Wait a second. Who is this?
This Sam B guy seems like a complete faggot. Fuck him. This Sam B guy seems like a complete faggot. Fuck him.
Oh, so that's Sam B there.
This Sam B guy seems like a complete faggot. Fuck him.
Okay, well, Sam B actually self-doxed himself. Man, I came on here with no topic to talk about. The Mustard Man cannot forge gang! Let's go, forge gang! I can't hear you, Warhammer.
Anything with engines, I love talking about.
What is this? It's because my mic wasn't plugged in. I only planned to just stream snipe the Mustard Man. I thought I saw the mouse cursor. You mean the mouse cursor? I'm not sure what you mean there, Brucey. I hope you have more success on your sniping casino, Warhammer. Thank you very much, Galdi, because I'm definitely gonna need it, man. But I'm afraid that it's just beating on a dead horse. Epic! Let's go! Let's get it! Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Yo, what's good, bro?
Juice Flux. Ah, nothing much, man. I was just stream sniping Ashton. And he's just boring as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Worski is just like, he just talks like a queer. He just, it's just uninteresting. They just talk about these other guys like Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes and all these other idiots.
Oh, yeah. That's, like, I mean, that's like such old fucking news. Like, you're right, we get it. They're fags, move on.
Exactly. What is the purpose of bringing 2019 up into 2022? This is 2019.
There's been like documentaries made about them already, shitting on them. Like, it's over.
Exactly.
And half the people even watch those. Half the people that watch those docs are like, "Who are they? Oh, I'll just never watch those people. They suck."
They do suck. The only one that really stands out in my mind is Ethan Ralph, and like he all he ever does is just say like "fuck you, bitch." And he just like he always gets into these fights and then he loses.
Right.
He lost pretty badly.
But it's only fun to watch him fail. Is the whole thing.
Wow, just like, why is this even still a thing? These guys failed when Trump left the White House. All these guys, they failed when Trump left the White House and Biden was elected. It was a very short win in 2016, and like now, the party's over. I mean, why are they still here?
Oh, no, I agree.
Yeah, the old hype, Nick Fuentes, Baked Alaska, Ethan Rolfe, dude, like, Ethan Rolfe is successful, but the other guys, they seem to basically steal other people's thunder. And Nick Fuentes is just popular because he's a Zoomer, I think, a Zoomer. Like, he's just like this big hit piece alt-right Zoomer guy. And he's a cat boy. Or he says he likes cat boys. It's just lame, dude. Alright. I guess he cut out, dude. Let's see here. The World Economic Forum predicted in 2019 the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, it did. Dude, I started to talk about cat boys and he left. I don't know what that's all about. Should I call him back up or what? Should I try to call him up or not? I'll let you in the chat decide. What is Southern Israelite up to? You know, I think I saw that paper of the World Economic Forum, what they said about predicting COVID-19, aka the coronavirus. And now there's another one called monkeypox. Now we have monkeypox. Can you believe that? There's actually 2.3 thousand people watching this right now. What is Southern Israelite up to? He hasn't uploaded no new videos or nothing. Should I call him? I don't see any new videos up. The last one is like almost 2 weeks old. Man, this guy really went downhill. I'll take a look and see his website. Veritas Equitas, 30 Reasons to Regard the Jesuit Papacy as the most threatening group on earth. All he does now is just post links to other sites. He doesn't even contribute articles. Oh, the Neo-Dreyfus affair continues in Buffalo, New York. Well, what about Alvedo or Alveda? What about Alveda, the Alveda school shooting, or the Ovida school shooting? Was it the Ovida school shooting or the Uvitas school shooting? He talks about Buffalo, New York. Well, there was another one in Texas more recently. Why does he not talk about that one? Hey, what's up, Zod19? What's up, bro? Okay. That was just really weird about that guy. I'm not sure what that was about. All of a sudden, I brought up Cat Boys, and then he was out. He was gone. Looks like he left my website. I don't know who that guy is. Weird. Humor is subjective. No, humor can also be objective as well. You can fundamentally be logically objective to something and find it humorous. The one in Texas is sketchy. I know, dude. Very bizarre. Very interesting. So you're saying that the Buffalo, New York school shooting was well detailed and the guy had a manifesto, but the Uveda school, Texas school shooting was not, hold on a second, what is it called? Uvalde. Yeah, that's it. Robb Elementary school shooting. 18-year-old Salvador Ramos fatally shot 19 students and 2 teachers and wounded 17 others at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Earlier that day, the perpetrator had shot his grandmother in the face, severely wounding her. So that's the guy, a Hispanic. Nearly a year before he was charged with shooting and killing 10 shoppers and wounding 3 more at a Buffalo, New York grocery store. So this guy was Patton Grandin, or Patton Graydon. Mental hygiene law. When a doctor evaluated the perpetrator as not dangerous, a key hurdle required in the mental hygiene law to hold someone against their will, he was returned home and allowed to graduate days later. Interesting. Wow. I think that the events were staged, both of them. Yeah, I think that all of the mass school shootings since Sandy Hook have been staged by the deep state. For sure. What is this crap here? Oh, here we go. Literary terrorism with Mormon Shaggy. You see, even Drunken Surfer and the guys on the Kino Corner say that Shaggy is basically almost a terrorist. This guy is so indoctrinated. They do not let us talk about staged events on YouTube anymore. Okay, then I guess we're just going to have to probably not discuss it then. This really sucks. Like, you actually think that this somehow makes me a right-wing extremist, or makes anyone, period, who discusses these topics as being a right-wing extremist. It's bullshit, dude. This is a right-wing this is a perfect example of a real terrorist. A potential mass shooter right here, dude.
Book given out to a member of the Order of Essenes. It's like,
What in the world is he talking about? Like,
Stop,
this guy...
like, show all this stuff first, but Chauncey Fatstack, I don't know your history with him, but he keeps fucking messaging that he wants on to fucking debate you or whatever the fuck. I don't know if...
Chauncey is another Looney Tune. Like, Chauncey's actually another incredibly dumb... and a dumb idiot that thinks he knows a lot of stuff, dude. Just listen to what he says with this. This is indoctrination.
Black mask or a goy muzzle?
No, I honestly don't really want to talk about a lot of the stupid shit I had to deal with on the job there.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Pretty stupid. In any case.
Well, show us your money, Shaggy. Fucking $700. That motherfucker right there was $700.
Dude, he spent $700 for this book. And why does he have a mask on? Why does he have a mask on, dude? Did he actually cut his face or what, dude? Hey, what's up, Roman Malinowski? How are you doing, buddy? This is insane. This is madness.
And it is the story of the Phineas priesthood.
Hold on, what does it say? What does it say? It says, as the kamikaze is to the... Can you read us that poem on the front of it?
Sure. As the kamikaze is to the Japanese, as the Shiite is to the Islam, as the Zionist is to the Jew, so the Phineas priest...
You're being indoctrinated into a cult. This is what it's like to get indoctrinated into a fanatical cult, an extremist cult.
Is to the Christian.
Now, can you maybe read it again, but wave your 38 around as you read it?
No, this room I've set up in my father's house. He's been generous enough to let me have these flags. But he has a very strict rule, being But anyway, this book is by Richard Kelly Hoskins, who also...
His dad won't let him put his dad won't allow him to bring his guns into his house. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be that maybe it's because he knows you're a cult? That you're a cult follower? Shaggy seemed very different in this stream. Inshallah, Shaggy, something is really off. Something's not right, dude. He's not in his own home, he's in his father's house. Well, he's in his earthly father's house. He's not in Jesus' house.
Also wrote Our Nordic Race in 1956, War Cycles and Peace Cycles in 1985, Hoskins Report, and Portfolios Investment Advisory, which I don't know what the hell that last one is. Anyway, the chapters include Phineas priesthood established by God.
Hold on, Shaggy. Before you read them off, can you hold the chapters up to the camera for like 40 seconds, just so I can get a good fucking reading of them?
This is what it's like to get in a cult. So, right here, as you can see on the screen, this is what it's like to get your mind wrapped into a insane religious cult. I'm not talking about true biblical Christianity, but I'm talking about like this kind of Christian identity, Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints type of cults, you know. And really, even a lot of mainstream Christianity is kind of a cult-like as well. But you see this, dude? Robin Hood, King Arthur, the White Call. None of this stuff has anything whatsoever to do with the Bible. This is all related to some kind of mythology. This is just basically mythology that he's reading. Mythology and chivalry and stuff. This has nothing at all to do with the Bible and Christian theology.
Okay, Juice. Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead and read them out.
Well, I mean, listing off the chapters wouldn't make sense. A lot of this is the history. Like, the first is the history of the Phineas priesthood in ancient days, the law of Phineas and Zimri, fate accorded those who refuse help, St. George and the Dragon, King Arthur, the Crusader Orders, Robin Hood, and the White Cell.
Alright, so there you go. As you can see, this is not Christianity. This is medieval mythology. Mormons and Muslims are similar in a lot of ways. Both Mohammed and Joseph Smith were visited by angels. Well, if you read in the book of Isaiah, Lucifer is known as the son of the morning star. You know, he is referred to as a fallen angel. And Joseph Smith and Mohammed were visited by angels. It makes you wonder. Both were told they were restoring the truth. Both were illiterate prophets. Yeah, dude, Joseph Smith didn't even understand a word of Egyptian. He claimed that the golden plates that he discovered was composed of either Egyptian or some kind of Hebrew, ancient forgotten Hebrew. And how in the world could you be able to freaking figure out, something like that? Think of it. Early 19th century America. How are you going to be able to have knowledge of Egyptian hieroglyphics? It just was not that common. Both were told they were restoring the truth. Yeah. Joseph Smith was basically an American Mohammed. He was an American Mohammed that was basically trying to steal thunder off of Christ. Mohammed was a desert dweller in the 7th century of the Common Era, and he was basically just trying to create his own religion or his own fanatical following. Both said the Bible was corrupt. Both had multiple wives and practiced polygamy. Yeah, that's true. They all claim that the Bible was corrupted, or the texts in the Bible was initially corrupted by translators or medieval scholars or something like that. Muhammad said that the Jews and the Christians corrupted the truth of God's light, or the light of Allah. Joseph Smith said that the years of apostasy of the church and the falling away from the apostolic period had caused the Bible to be corrupted, and then they both practiced outright polygamy. And even in the 19th century, that was still very unusual in a Western society. I don't know about a pre-Islamic society, but like in a 19th century setting, polygamy was very unusual, and it really stood out. Polygamy, Mormonism is about gaming. Basically, Mormonism is a very unhinged, fringy cult. Demons are fallen angels. Yes, yeah. I do not think either were visited by angels. They claim to do so to get a following. When Muhammad brought some people to the cave, the angel never came, and Muhammad blamed a dog. That's weird. Wasn't Muhammad claimed to be like a long descendant of who was the older brother of Isaac, but the son of Abraham? Let's see here. Ishmael. Okay, Abraham's first son. Yeah, it was Ishmael. Yeah, wasn't Muhammad claimed to be a descendant of Ishmael? What if they were visited by demons? That's what I'm thinking. Play the stream until Chauncey comes on.
Hi. Hello? We're representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Mormons. Our prophets have sent us to deliver a message given from God.
Prophets? Message?
Yes, We're here to tell you that God appeared to the prophet Joseph Smith in 1820, and he chose Joseph to restore the truth.
He did.
Yes, God told him Christianity had become completely corrupt.
So, you guys aren't Christians then?
Oh heavens, yes, we're Christians. After all, the name of our religion is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
But you just said Christianity was all wrong.
It is, but because of Joseph Smith, we know ours is the only true church on the earth.
So, what's so bad about Christianity?
Well, you see, everything you know about God is basically wrong.
First of all, God is not a spirit. He's a perfected man with a glorified body of flesh.
Huh?
We believe a long, long time ago, on a planet far, far away, our God,
Heavenly Father,
was just like us. He was born mortal. Eventually, his efforts were rewarded, and he was exalted to godhood, joining the other millions of gods in the universe.
Millions of other gods.
Yep, maybe even billions.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, sorry.
As he grew up, he worked hard at becoming perfect, just like all other gods did before him. Today, Heavenly Father lives on a distant planet.
Next to the star, Kolob.
He lives there with our Heavenly Mother having spirit babies.
That's us.
Yes, that's us. We all lived there as spirits before we were born. We just don't remember.
We come here to Earth to get a chance to work towards perfecting ourselves, so that we'll be worthy enough to be exalted as gods.
So you're saying you're going to become a god?
Well, yeah, I hope so.
And just what do you mean by perfect yourselves?
Well, we have to be completely faithful and obedient to our church and its rules.
Rules?
Well, just a few. Basically just no drinking, no smoking, no gambling or swearing, no coffee.
Or tea.
No watching rated R movies, fornication, stealing, or lying.
No shopping on Sundays.
Dress modestly.
Go to 3 hours of church every Sunday.
Read the scriptures.
Believe in Joseph Smith.
Get baptized.
Give 10% of your income to the church.
Don't question the leaders.
Serve in the church.
And most importantly, temple work.
Temples? Is that what you call your churches?
No. Temples are special buildings, used only for secret ceremonies and rituals that are needed for godhood.
So what do you do in these temples?
Well, first we get anointed as kings and priests in heaven. Then we receive special holy underwear that we must wear for the rest of our lives.
Special holy underwear?
Yes, special because they have sacred symbols on them that give us protection.
Then we're given a new name, the one that we're going to be called in heaven.
Then we're taught signs and passwords called tokens.
We have to memorize them to be allowed into Heavenly Father's presence.
If we show the signs to the guardian angels and tell them the passwords, they might let us in. And if we've earned it, then we will become exalted as gods.
And can start creating and populating our own worlds.
So just what is the secret sign and password?
We can't tell you.
We swear oaths not to talk about them.
So they're secret?
No, they're sacred.
But you can't tell me?
Right.
Then that's a secret.
Well, fine, it's a sacred secret.
So what you're saying is the only people who become gods are Mormons? What about everyone else who died hundreds of years before your temples were even built?
Well, that's the best part. We do all of the ceremonies on behalf of those dead people, so it will count for them in the afterlife.
Yeah, we get baptized for the dead, do the signs and passwords for the dead, and even do marriage ceremonies for the dead. Did I say something wrong?
All right, well, that's Mormonism in a nutshell. Prior to 1990, Mormons took a blood oath saying they would die if they revealed the temple secrets. Wow, all the way down to 1990. That's not too long ago, actually. Oh my goodness.
By bringing the left hand in front, the other hand in cupping shape, the left arm forming a square. Also by bringing the right hand forward, the palm down, the fingers close together, the thumb extended, and by placing the thumb over the left hip. This is the sign. Now repeat in your mind after me the words of the covenant, at the same time representing the execution of the penalty. I covenant in the name of the Son, that I will never reveal the first token of the Melchizedek priesthood or sign of the nail, with its accompanying name, sign, and penalty. Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be that will do.
Is that it? All right, well, there you go.
By bringing the left hand in front, the hand in cupping shape, the left arm forming a square. Also, by bringing the right hand forward, the palm down, the fingers close together, the thumb extended, and by placing the thumb over the left hip. This is the sign. Now repeat in your mind after me the words of the covenant, at the same time representing the execution of the penalty. I covenant in the name of the Son, that I will never reveal the first token of the Melchizedek priesthood or sign of the nail, with its accompanying name, sign, and penalty. Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be that will do.
All right, well, there you go. They're becoming members of the Melchizedek priesthood.
Welcome to the Mormon Temple Blood Oaths video. Here is a picture of the Temple of Solomon, mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. On May 4th, 1842, Joseph Smith Jr., the first Mormon prophet, instituted the Temple Endowment ritual in Nauvoo, Illinois. It is supposedly a restored version of the ceremony practiced in the Temple of Solomon from Old Testament times. Mormon Temple Ceremony Blood Oaths. At 3 stages of the Temple Endowment, participants were asked to take a blood oath of secrecy regarding the gestures of the ceremony. Participants promised that if they ever revealed the gestures of the ceremony, they would be subject to the following. Stage 1, my throat be cut from ear to ear, which was spoken out loud. The pictures above showed the gesture. The guy on the left is a Mormon picture, the guy on the right, Masonic. Source for this, Reed Smoot Case, Congressional Hearings, Volume 2, 1906, and the Doctrines and Dogmas of Brighamism, Exposed, J.D. Stead, 1911. And they would be subject to having my tongue torn out by its roots, which was spoken out loud. Source for this is The Mystery of Mormonism, Stuart Martin, 1920, Temple Mormonism, Its Evolution, Ritual, and Meaning by W.M. Payton, 1931, Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, Gerald and Sandra Tanner, 1972. And here, of course, we see a picture of the tongue. Freemasons said similar blood oaths in their ceremonies. Here is one. I will never reveal any part or parts, art or arts, point or points of the secret arts and mysteries of ancient Freemasonry, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, very similar to Mormonism, and my tongue torn out by the roots, also very similar. Sources for this, Freemasonry Exposed, William Morgan, 1827, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, Jabez Richardson, 1860, Revised Freemasonry Illustrated, Jacob O. Dozberg and Jonathan Blanchard, 1916. Freemasonry, which claims to have been created at the time of the construction of Solomon's Temple in the 10th century BC by its master mason, Hiram Abiff, actually seems to have been a development of the craft guilds during the construction of the great European cathedrals during the 10th to 17th centuries AD. This was long before Joseph Smith developed his own ceremony. Joseph became a master mason on March 15, 1842, shortly before developing his own ceremony. Source for this is the development of the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony by David John Berger, Dialogue, a Journal of Mormon Thought in 1987. And here we have a picture of the ancient tongue terror, which was a torture device. Yes, tearing out the tongue by the roots is not new to Joseph Smith or the Masons. This was a rather simple torture device where large tongs or calipers are used to tear out the victim's tongue. This was a popular way to punish European heretics in the Middle Ages from the 5th to the 15th century AD, so they wouldn't spread blasphemy. The person's mouth was forced open. The iron tongue terror was used to grab the tongue within its rough grippers. Once a firm hold was maintained, the screw could be firmly tightened and the tongue was roughly torn from the prisoner's head. You can find sources for this online at occasionalhell.com, urbandictionary.com, and listaholic.com at the addresses listed on this page. Okay, let's move to Stage 2, blood oaths and penalties of the early Mormon Temple Endowment Ritual. Stage 2, to have our breasts cut open, which was spoken out loud. And here, these two pictures, the one on the left is the Mormon picture, the one on the right is the Mason, is the gesture for having your breasts cut open. Sources read Smootcase, the Congressional Hearings of 1906, and the Doctrines and Dogmas of Brighamism exposed by J.D. Stead, 1911. Okay, also Stage 2, and to have our hearts and vitals torn from our bodies, which was spoken out loud. And here we see a picture of the heart and vitals, intestines, etc. Sources: The Mystery of Mormonism, Stuart Martin, 1920, Temple Mormonism by Payton, 1931, and Mormonism, Shadow or Reality by the Tanners, 1972. And continuing with Stage 2, the hearts and the vitals would be given to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field, which would be spoken out loud. And here we see a vulture chewing on some of those vitals. Freemasons said similar blood oaths in their ceremonies, and here's an example. Binding myself under no less penalty than to have my left breast torn open, sounds familiar, and my heart and vitals taken thence, sounds familiar. To become a prey to the wild beasts of the field and the vultures of the air, also familiar. This is Freemasonry, very similar to Mormonism. Sources: Freemasonry exposed by Captain William Morgan, 1827. Richardson's Monitor.
What's up, Apple Cake Pizza? Let's go!
Illustrated again, 1916. Okay, Stage 3, blood oaths and penalties of the early Mormon Temple Endowment Ritual. Stage 3, which would be spoken out loud. Our bodies be cut asunder in the midst. And here you see the gesture for that. The one on the left is the Mormon. The one on the right is Mason. Very similar gestures all the way through here between Mormon and Mason. Sources: read Smootcase again and Doctrines and Dogmas of Brighamism. Okay, also Stage 3, they would be cut in the midst, and of course they would have to speak out loud, and all our bowels gush out. Sounds reasonable when you're cut in your midst. Sources for this is The Mystery of Mormonism, Stuart Martin, again, 1920, Temple Mormonism by Payton, 1931, Mormonism, Shadow or Reality, 1972. And of course, being cut in your midst is nothing new. In medieval times, they had saw torture. They would hang the body upside down, and the body would be cut in half. Also, Freemasons said similar blood oaths to being cut in your midst in their ceremonies. And here we have the example of that. binding myself under no less penalty than to have my body severed in two in the midst, and divided to the north and the south, and my bowels burnt to ashes. Sources: Freemasonry Exposed, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, and Revised Freemasonry Illustrated, a complete exposition of the first 3 Masonic degrees of 1916. Treason in the Middle Ages of England was punished by hanging, drawing, and quartering. The prisoner was hanged and cut down when he was still alive. Then his stomach was cut open and his bowels were taken out and burned in front of him. Finally, he was decapitated and cut into quarters. Some of these ideas sound very similar to the blood oaths of the Mormons and the Masons. And of course, these kinds of torture is nothing new. Joe Smith didn't invent these ideas, nor did the Masons. Source for this is Wikipedia, Hanged, Drawn, and Quartered article. In 1919, President Heber J. Grant appointed a committee charged with revising the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony, which was done under the direction of Apostle George F. Richards from 1921 to 1927. Among the changes that were instituted was the modification of the oaths. While the execution of the penalty gestures, which show different ways in which life may be taken, see the pictures above, remained unchanged, the Mormon Church replaced the verbal blood oaths with the phrase, which would also be spoken out loud, "Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be taken." So a lot less gruesome, but yeah, you're still doing the gestures and you are suffering your life to be taken, so it's not completely non-violent. The source here is Development of the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony, again by David John Burger, Dialogue, a Journal on Mormon Thought, 1987, and some historical department archives of the minutes of the St. George Temple Historical Records. So from 1842 until about 1927, approximately 85 years, all Mormon Temple Endowment participants said the original blood oaths out loud and executed the penalty gestures as shown in the pictures on the previous slide. And another change happened in April of 1990. The Mormon Church eliminated the penalty gestures from the Temple Endowment altogether, and they also took out the revised verbal oath, which said, "Rather than do so, I would suffer my life to be taken." During the period when these oaths were used, there was no documented instance in which a person was killed or tortured for having violated the oaths. But after 85 years of saying the original blood oaths, Mormon Temple Endowment participants executed the penalty gestures and the revised oath for about another 63 years. So all in all, violent oaths were spoken out loud for about 148 years. Sources again, The Mystery of Godliness, A History of Mormon Temple Worship, and this is actually David John Burger's book, which came out in 2002, and Is the Temple Ceremony Sacred or Secret by Bill McKeever, MRM.org, and Wikipedia, Penalties of Mormonism article. Okay, here we see a picture of the FLDS temple at the YFC Ranch near El Dorado, Texas. This is the fundamentalists. Some groups within the Mormon fundamentalist movement continue to practice the temple endowment without the 1927 and 1990 changes. Consequently, these groups still participate in the blood oaths when performing the endowment. Some of the denominations that continue to perform the original temple endowment include the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the FLDS, and the Apostolic United Brethren, among others. Source for this is Wikipedia, Penalties of Mormonism article. And this concludes the Mormon Temple Blood Oaths video.
Okay, well there you go. So there's some knowledge about the blood oaths. Did Shaggy take a gun to his Mormon temple? I have no idea. It would be very scary if he did. But I think that he's more likely to attack non-Muslims than he would other Muslims. Shaggy said he made up with the guy he had an altercation with. Are you talking about with me? I wouldn't call that an altercation. They came straight from Freemasonry. Joseph Smith was a member of the Freemason Lodge in Nauvoo, Illinois, which is where he got his rituals, or the rituals. I had a Mormon friend in high school. She ended up dating a Satanist. Wow. Looks spooky. Did not know Mormonism was conducted so cult-like. Oh yeah, well, probably the Jehovah's Witnesses are even worse. The Mormons probably have the most substantial creed of all cults. Probably the most substantial of all the creeds. But Jehovah's Witnesses and a bunch of these other groups are pretty bad too. There we go. Exactly, dude. Mac knows what I'm talking about here. Mac can vouch for me. Jehovah's Witnesses, they're even more indoctrinated than the Mormons are. Okay, I already played that. At least Mormons don't isolate themselves from the world or deny blood transfusions. Leo Pirate. Oh, I know who that guy is. This guy was on Bitwave. Where is it at? This is just Bible passages.
Is Odin okay with the gays? Honey, Odin is the gays.
Let me just say, as a transgender woman and a Norse pagan, like, all this homophobic shit, along with the folkish and racist shit, does not belong in Norse paganism. It never has. All of these bro-satru motherfuckers that have this toxic masculinity, Viking, LARPing view of Norse paganism are full of shit. They don't actually know how old Norse society was. Like, it was not the same as what they think it is. There were gay priests to Freyr, transgender vulvas to Freya. Being gay was pretty accepted. It was just being a bottom was kind of looked down on, which is kind of funny. Loki is the most fucking gender fluid person or god in the world. Odin was gender non-conforming. He literally learned feminine magic, even though that was ergy or unmanly. Like, what?
Was there a Viking-era third gender in Norse society? A Vi-Queen, perhaps? Well, some scholars think so, and here's why. So in Viking-era Norse culture, practicing a type of magic known as sailor was considered to be dishonorable for a man, as it was deemed to be too feminine, or ergi. Now this is a type of magic typically associated with prophecy or fortune-telling, and it was generally considered to be the realm of women. But we do know that there were some male practitioners of Satan, including the almighty Allfather, Odin. Now practicing this type of magic may have earned a man a certain degree of disrespect in his community, but some scholars believe that for trans people or homosexuals, it might have been a good path, as the fear of their power may have actually gained them respect in the community.
A little reminder that this symbol does not now, nor did it ever, stand for hate. This symbol, for thousands of years, blessed life, birth, marriage, death, burial, travel, oath-making. This symbol, in other words, protected communities from evil. It did not condone evil. This symbol represented the most sacred institutions that exist among mankind and the blessings of the gods that watch over us. It never represented hate. It never will truly represent hate, and it cannot be allowed to be seen in that light. The Mjolnir does not represent hate. It represents blessing.
I will not respect your viewpoints if they're racist. I will not respect your viewpoints if they're sexist. I will not respect your viewpoints if they're homophobic. I will not respect your viewpoints if they're transphobic. Those viewpoints aren't respectable, and I won't respect them.
Oh my goodness, dude. Well, there are some of those neo-pagan gays and trannies. Yeah, pagans are very gay. There's no such thing as human rights. Cut that out. Cut that shit out, dude. There's no such thing as human rights.
In September 1823, as he had again opened his heart to God, Joseph was visited by a heavenly messenger.
Joseph, I am your fellow servant. Moses truly said.
He said his name was Moroni, and that God had a work for me to do. He told me of an ancient record written upon gold plates, giving an account of the former inhabitants of this continent. The writing on the gold plates was unknown to me. I was told the plates contained a fullness of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Behold, I am Jesus Christ, whom the prophets testified shall come into the world. And behold, I am the light and the life of the world, and I have drunk out of that bitter cup which the Father hath given me, and have glorified the Father in taking upon me the sins of the world, in the which I've suffered the will of the Father in all things from the beginning.
That not a single cross appears in or on any Mormon temple. However, the pentagram, hexagram, and goat's head, which are the highest of satanic symbols, were used extensively throughout early Mormon architecture. In Salt Lake City, at the LDS Visitor Center, there sits a very quiet statue. This little arrangement is perhaps the most significant display at Temple Square, for it truly represents the blind depth of this Mormon heresy. It is a representation of Adam and Eve kneeling at an altar. On the altar is their offering of fruits and vegetables. A little lamb sits happily at their side. This is the offering of Cain, which God rejected in Genesis 4.
Share the spirit of Nauvoo, Nauvoo, this little town, name of Nauvoo, where we have lived a while with you, and where the river's arms embrace the quiet corners of this place, where time cannot erase our days in old Nauvoo with you.
I want to just take the next question from Bill, and I'm getting a little squirrely because this segment we're going to talk about magic underwear. Yeah. This is a very difficult thing because this is a very difficult thing to do as a member, and it is never discussed because it is terrific.
I never liked Bill Cooper. I just want to say that. Tux's grandpa designed those windows. Tux is a Canadian Mormon, right? And he dated a female to male tranny, if I'm not mistaken. But Tux is the Canadian Mormon, and Shaggy's the Californian Mormon. Magic on Tux is a Canadian. Okay, it's still right. Dude, I never liked Bill Cooper.
Remind us of something very sacred. It's almost like a yarmulke. You know how people wear yarmulkes and it's to remind you that God is always above you. That's what this is. It looks just like a t-shirt. This is just like boxer shorts, and they go down to about here, and men and women wear them. It's a reminder of the promises that we make at the temple. Many of our traditions are very similar to Jewish traditions. Jewish people wear something called the tzitzit, and you see them, and I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't make fun of that.
You know, Southern Israelite has a CC around his neck. I thought that was kind of interesting. Apparently, Tux molested his sister. World is polluted with idolatry. Indeed, it is, William Tyndale. There is a lot of great apostasy. Well, I mean, look at this. Where is that book in Thessalonians at? The second book of Thessalonians. Yeah, that's it. Here it is. Here's the scripture. Let me find the scripture that talks about it. Here you go. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Now, brethren, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together to him, we ask you not to be soon shaken in mind or trouble, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as though the day of Christ had come. Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day will not come unless the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself above all that is called God, or what is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Do you not remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? And now you know what is restraining, that he may be revealed in his own time. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this reason God will send them strong delusion, that they should believe the lie, that they all may be condemned, who did not believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. But we are bound to give thanks to God always for you, brethren, beloved by the Lord, because God from the beginning chose you for salvation through sanctification by the Spirit and belief in the truth, to which he called you by our gospel for the obtaining of the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, brethren, stand fast and hold the traditions with which you were taught, whether by word or by epistle. Now may our Lord Jesus Christ himself and our God and Father, who has loved us and given us everlasting consolation, and good hope by grace comfort your hearts and establish you in every good word and work. So there's the great falling away within the church. What happened here with Creeper? I see this guy was being a cretin. Yeah, you're welcome, William Tyndale. I am going to ban the Creeper. Yes, please do so. Yeah, go ahead and ban him. I'll do it myself, even. Hide user. There we go. Yeah, I hate banning people, and I hate being a Janny. I don't think it's fair to do that, especially for people that, like, are trying to become streamers, or, like, they're trying to, you know, do uploads and stuff. They have, like, only 20 or 30 subscribers, 5 to 20 subs. You know, I don't want to Janny people that want to try and be honest and stuff, but trolls and stuff like that, it's a waste of time. The best thing to do is to block them. The same thing with Eric the Ghost. Okay, Eric the Ghost wants to just derail the discussion. He wants to just derail and shit-bant, and I'm kind of just tired of his constant shit-banting. Oh, thank you, Drunken Surfer. Thank you for giving me this video by Leo Pirate. Thank you a lot. But yeah. Just being silly, Zod. We're all kind of silly in our own ways. Everyone's kind of a little bit weird and silly, you know? I think that's just kind of part inherently of being a human, is you have flaws. Okay, let me open this in a new tab. I guess it's not going to show. Maybe something happened, perhaps. Here we go. There it is. Eight facts the Mormon Church doesn't want you to know.
Hello and welcome to my channel, Bible Flockbox. In this video, I'm going to be discussing 9 facts about Mormonism that the Church of Latter-day Saints doesn't want you to know. Fact number 1, Joseph Smith, the founder and so-called prophet of the LDS Church, was a Freemason. He even founded a Masonic lodge in 1842 in Nauvoo, Illinois. Smith remained a Freemason until his death. Why is this significant? For several reasons. The very idea of a secret society is counterproductive to the teachings of the Bible. This is reflected in John chapter 18 verse 20, where Jesus said, "In secret have I said nothing." Also, Joseph Smith seemed to have borrowed from Freemasonry when developing the Mormon religion, because the temple ordinances, specifically the Endowment session, employ ritual elements that have similarities to those that are performed in Masonic lodges, including secret handshakes and the type of clothing worn. Here is an example of a Masonic handshake alongside a Mormon handshake. As you can see, they are identical. Not to mention, there are quite a few Masonic symbols found on and in the Mormon temple in Utah. Here is the all-seeing eye. Here is a Masonic handshake, and here are a couple of inverted pentagrams. Not surprisingly, Freemasonry seems to have had an impact in Mormon doctrine as well. Freemasonry, which is part of the occult, teaches that adherents can attain to godhood. Mormonism teaches that one can become God as well. like our Heavenly Father. It teaches that worthy Mormons will one day become gods and be given the ability to rule over their own planet and create spiritual children with their goddess wives. Fact number 2. The Book of Mormon is totally unreliable. Some reasons for this is because the golden plates from which the Book of Mormon was translated were never physically seen by anyone. They were only supposedly seen by 11 witnesses in a vision by faith. Not to mention, it was translated from a supposed language that doesn't exist, which Joseph Smith called Reformed Egyptian. So good luck trying to find a language expert to verify that. Moreover, how Joseph Smith translated those golden plates, he basically used magic spectacles and a seer's stone. The magic spectacles were 2 clear stones set in a frame that would allow him to see the ancient characters of the golden plates written in English. However, the golden plates were not actually used in this process, just the spectacles alone. About the seer's stone, he would put it into a hat and then bury his face into the hat to get the English translation of the golden plates. Again, the golden plates themselves were not used in this process. They were actually never referred to during any part of the translation process. In his younger days, Joseph Smith even used a seer stone to look for buried treasure. This is basically sorcery. So that means that Joseph Smith employed sorcery to translate the Book of Mormon. And of course, that's what he had to do, since he didn't have an education in ancient languages. By the way, where are the golden plates from which the Book of Mormon was translated, in case anyone would like to analyze them? Joseph Smith supposedly gave them back to the angel Moroni after the translation. Not to mention, tribes that the Book of Mormon claims to have existed in the ancient Americas, like the Nephites or Lamanites, have never been confirmed by archaeologists. There is absolutely no evidence that they ever existed. Also, there is no evidence for crops that the Nephites supposedly grew, like barley, figs, grapes, and wheat. Ancient Americans lived off maize, lima beans, tomatoes, and squash, to name a few. Some animals that the Nephites raised, according to the Book of Mormon, were not around in the Americas during their time period as well, like goats, horses, sheep, and elephants. It is also claimed by some that the Book of Mormon is actually a plagiarism of an unpublished story written by Solomon Spaulding, entitled Manuscript Found, which bears many similarities to the Book of Mormon, including the words Nephi, Mormon, Moroni, and Lamanites. Fact number 3. The LDS Church taught racism against blacks for nearly 150 years. It taught that there was a rebellion in heaven between Lucifer and the Council of the Gods. There were 3 groups of spirit children involved in this conflict. One sided with Lucifer, one sided with the gods, and the third remained neutral. Those that remained neutral gained the displeasure of God the Father, and as a result were cursed to be born with black skin here on earth. This excluded black Mormons from holding the LDS priesthood position or entering the Mormon temple. Brigham Young, the second and so-called prophet of the LDS Church, even went so far as to say that the penalty for bearing interracial children is death. However, because of this racist teaching, the LDS Church experienced heavy political pressure. Therefore, on June 8, 1978, LDS President Spencer W. Kimball, after spending many hours in the upper room of the LDS temple, supposedly received a revelation from God and claimed that God had removed the curse. All worthy black men could now receive the priesthood. Fact number 4. Joseph Smith claimed that people lived on the moon. He said they dressed like Quakers, were about 6 feet tall, and lived to be about 1,000 years old. He even said that it was his responsibility to preach the gospel to them. The second president of the LDS Church, Brigham Young, even claimed that there was life on the sun. Fact number 5. The LDS Church officially practiced polygamy for nearly 40 years. It started when the so-called prophet Joseph Smith received a revelation on the matter in 1831. It became public in 1852, and it came to an end in 1890. Joseph Smith was himself said to have married at least 30 wives before his death. Some of them were teenagers, and some of them were already married to other men, which means they had to give up their current marriage in order to be united to Joseph Smith. The end of the practice of polygamy came at a time when the U.S. Congress started seizing the assets of the Mormon Church for being out of conformity with the U.S. law, which prohibits polygamy. So the then president of the church, Wilford Woodruff, wrote a manifesto prohibiting polygamy in the church. Since this manifesto was not a divine revelation, some Mormons did not accept it and went on practicing polygamy and continue to do so to this day. They are called Mormon fundamentalists. Fact number 6. The LDS Church claims that Joseph Smith will judge us in the final judgment. Brigham Young, the second president and prophet of the church, wrote, "No man or woman in this dispensation will ever enter into the celestial kingdom of God without the consent of Joseph Smith. Every man and woman must have the certificate of Joseph Smith, Jr. as a passport to their entrance into the mansion where God and Christ are. Joseph Smith reigns there as supreme a being in his sphere, capacity, and calling as God does in heaven." Fact number 7. Mormons who frequent the temple wear holy Mormon underwear with magical powers. They call this underwear temple garments. They are required to wear this at all times, both day and night. It symbolizes spiritual purity and supposedly offers them physical and spiritual protection. Fact number 8. Mormons practice Spiritism. Spiritism is the belief that you can communicate with the dead. Mormons receive messages from the dead, pray for the dead, have baptisms for the dead, and even believe that the dead can be assisted and even saved in the next life. The roots of the Mormon religion are steeped in revelations from a spirit named Moroni. Moroni was supposedly a Nephite prophet who compiled the golden plates of the Book of Mormon before his death in the 4th century AD and buried them. Then he returned as an angel to show Joseph Smith where the golden plates were buried. However, spirits of the dead don't turn into angels, according to the Bible, and holding contact with the spirits of the dead is forbidden in Deuteronomy chapter 18, verses 10 through 12, because those spirits are really demons in disguise who desire to mislead us. If you have enjoyed this video, please share it on your social media and subscribe to my channel. Also like me on Facebook. I share more content there and read and answer messages.
Alright, what is Queen Anne's Bible? Queen James Bible, Gay Bible. What in the hell is that? Didn't Mitt Romney's dad flee to Mexico so he could practice polygamy? I think so, yeah. During the time when there was a crisis in Mexico and there wasn't a lot of government control. There actually still isn't, too. Oh, hey, what's up, Red Pill Reich? What in the world is this?
There's a new version of the Bible out there. It's actually a pro version of the Bible. It's called the Queen James Bible. I'm not making this up. You can go to queenjamesbible.com for more information. But basically, what they did was they took the King James Version of the Bible, they left the text completely as is, except that they took 8 verses that they say that people cite to show that homosexuality is a sin, and they changed them because they say that they were mistranslated. And they're just shocked that anybody could say homosexuality is a sin, because out of the entire Bible, out of thousands of verses in the Bible, there are only 8 verses that say that it is a sin. So we just need to change those around and everything is okay. Well, the thing is, John 17, verse 17, Jesus says, "Sanctify them through thy truth, thy word is truth." So everything in the Bible is true. How many times does God have to say homosexuality is a sin for it to be true? The answer is just once. He doesn't have to say if 8's not enough, then 1,000 times is not enough. God's word is true. If he says it once, that's good enough to say that it is a sin. But what these people have done, and it's really a brilliant move as far as trying to make money, is they took the King James Version. The King James Version is the only Bible where the words themselves are not copyrighted. If you have a King James Version text, a lot of times it will say the copyright in the front of the Bible. That's because they have their own study helps and things that they add to it. But if you just have the text itself, you are free to print that without paying any royalties or anything whatsoever. So they take something that is free to print. That's why you'll see, by the way, you'll see the King James Version in the Bible in the dollar store. You can buy it for $1. You won't see any other versions there because they have to pay royalties to those people who made those versions. So what the Queen James Bible people did is they took the King James Version, which is free of charge, and they could just copy it. Then all they had to do was change around 8 verses, and so it's very little work. And then they have this new audience, these so-called gay Christians out there, and then they'll hopefully will buy their Bibles for $35 a pop. That's what they're charging. And they can just get that money coming in with very little work that they had to do, and they don't have to pay any royalties. So that's really why they did it. But it really just goes to show, and the reason is because that they can make money off of this is because it caters to the flesh. The problem is in Romans 2, verse 14, we're told, "For when the Gentiles which have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are a law unto themselves, which show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and their thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another." And so everybody has a conscience within them that will tell them the things that they do are wrong, homosexuality being one of them, because if we just go back to the previous chapter in Romans chapter 1, verse 26, we see it says, "For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one towards another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of the error which was meet." So what these people have done is say, well, we don't like that, so let's change it around. They could have done that. You can do that with any scripture. You could say, for example, "Thou shalt not steal." The commandment not to steal is in your Bible about 8 or 9 times, about the same many number of times as homosexuality being a sin. That doesn't mean stealing is not a sin just because it's only there 8 or 9 times. But it just has to be there once because God's word is true. But the problem is the conscience bears witness against the person that homosexuality is a sin. And as these verses say here, you know, they work what's unseemly. And it gives a list here in Romans chapter 1, and at the very end of verse 32 it says, "Who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them." And so people who are homosexuals say that they want to participate in that lifestyle. They know within their conscience what they're doing is a sin. According to Romans 1:32, they know that they are worthy of death for doing so. Now, the book of Jeremiah says that the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. So the way they get around this guilty conscience that they have is that their heart deceives them into thinking that what they're doing is really not wrong. And one of the ways that can be done is by saying that God's word was mistranslated and that it really, homosexuality is not a sin. And so what's great for these producers, the people who wrote the publication, the new perversion of God's word, is that they did very little work. They just had to change 8 verses, and then they can cater to those people who want to do homosexuality without having the guilty conscience, and they can sell them for $35 a pop. And in fact, if you look at their website, you can see that it doesn't really tell you who these publishers are. They claim that the author of their version is God, and the contributor is Jesus Christ. And that's all they say. And so they can anonymously be raking in the dough from these people. And so I just want to make this video to show that really anything that you say, any way you change God's word, is really just taking the truth of God and changing it into a lie to satisfy your own filthy desires so that your guilty conscience will be at peace so that you can...
Southern Israelite has a pretty funny meme with you and Reformed Stoic. Yeah, we're pointing at like a balloon or some other crap. Yeah, that is pretty weird. That was made by Super Looming Hyena. Let me see. Southern Israelite. Instagram. Yeah, I saw that. I've seen it, dude. It's retarded. So I guess now he's on some kind of like, I guess he's all like into having, yes, continue. Open a new tab. Here we go. You're a failure, not a victim. Yeah, I've never talked about being a victim of abuse by parents and stuff. I've never talked about my parents on stream. And what is this stuff? I think this is funnier, dude. Look at this, dude. I guess this is me with a knife coming to attack the hook nose. So here's the hook nose, and the hook nose is Drake Shelton. Or Sheldon. Like, what in the hell, dude? Okay, so I guess we get it. You're a hook nose. What is that slow ringing noise? I think this is funnier, dude. That's my fan. Oh, that's my fan here. Let me turn my camera on. Yes, add that again. There we go. That's my camera. That noise that you're hearing is my fan. Ceiling fan there. It's real hot in Texas. Did you watch The Shining, Warhammer? That's not what the scene is about at all. Hook-nosed Saxon. Oh no, it's a dangerous hook nose. So what is this? Is this supposed to be something about the stab in the back myth or whatever? What is this crap? Dude, I wouldn't use a kitchen knife to stab you. Okay, in a Minecraft sense, dude, I don't need a knife to beat the shit out of you. Science rules. What is this shit? This guy is really, really full of himself. And he thinks that he's a Chad. And he believes the black pill. Dude, this guy believes in the black pill instead of oofy doofy. And he thinks that he's a literal Chad. Clistotheist, the desert cultist. Dude, these guys are something else, bro. Beans needs to know about this guy. Based, hook nose, black pill. Hook nose, black pilled. You gotta be kidding me. He blocked me on the other account. If you're so based and so Chad, why do you need to block people and censor them? Oh, by the way, let me show you this hilarious joke I made. This dude thinks that he's so funny when he's the one making all the projections and throwing around his stupid accusations. But when you throw the projections back at him, he blocks you.
Hey, Warhammer.
Hey, Third Fort. What's up, man? It's nice to finally have someone come on.
Not too much.
Did I tell you that I don't have gout?
Is Southern Israelite literally a Jew now? Why does he keep saying he's like Jewish and has a hook nose? Seems very strange.
He literally thinks on his mother's side, one of his great-great-great-grandparents was Jewish. Or Ashkenazi Jewish.
So now he thinks he's like some black-pilled Jew for some reason.
Yeah, basically so. And that black pill, do not listen to that stuff. That's a horrible thing for any guy to listen to. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that Oofy Doofy has its fault lines and problems, but that black pill and that MGTOW philosophy will destroy your mind. That's a suicidal mentality. Be careful with that. The stuff that they say about women is not true.
Yeah, they're like weirdo incels, from what I understand. A lot of these black-pilled, a lot of these MGTOW people.
They are, very much. Yes, Southern Israelite is an Anglo. He's mostly British, but he's part black and part Jewish. And I think he has a little Cajun also. So he's very bizarre. And I don't think that he's engaged to an Afrikaner woman from South Africa either. That's just nonsense.
Well, his name seems very childish. Very seems like a 10-year-old made them.
It's very retarded. I mean, you can make that on MS Paint if you know how to do it.
Yeah, I know. That's really bad.
Yeah, it is pretty stupid. I mean, look at what I did here with Zoom. That was very easy to do with the Federal Honeypot and Zoom thing. That only took me a few minutes to make on MS Paint.
What's up, bros? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Ghost.
I don't know if the third three...
Hey, what's up? Bro, Southern Israelite, like, those people are so paranoid, it's ridiculous, man. Like, they believe in, like, polygamy and, like, you gotta follow the Old Testament still. Like, bro, like, you're not supposed to, like, be trying to follow, like, 600, 700 laws. You know, like, it's impossible. Like, that's why God had to come to earth, because he's perfect, you know? Like, he could follow every law because he was God. So, you know, you can't follow the Old Testament. The Old Testament foreshadows the New Testament and everything.
Well, I mean,
I sat and like listened to what they're trying to talk about, but dude, like, I mean, it's total like Judaizing.
Yeah, I know it's wrong, but I think he's right about the judicial codes not being abolished, or the covenantal agreements. But the national and the law-based ones were done away with. Like the laws of Moses were abrogated away. That's what it says in the book of Hebrews.
Yeah. Like, and I don't really know his points on that, but his like theology is like, everything's off, bro. Like, I imagine he comes from like some Hebrew roots movement offshoot or something, bro.
I heard that Southern Israelite has like an e-girl fiance or something that he never actually met.
Yeah, she's supposed to be an Afrikaans woman from South Africa, a white Afrikaans woman that's like 20-something years old.
But he's never actually met her, though, right? So it's like literally an e-girl.
Yeah.
Or it's literally like a Nigerian scammer, bro. Like a Nigerian scammer, like you get an email like, you might get $1,000, or like you're gonna get a kingdom or some shit.
Dude, she's just looking for a guy with money. She probably wants a way to get out of South Africa.
Dude, they wanted to kick me from their server because like somebody went through and scrolled through my Twitter and I post like everybody's stuff. Like I post 3-4s, hammers, surfers, everybody's shit. And they went through my Twitter timeline and was like, "Why are you sharing Warhammer stuff?" And I was like, why does it fucking matter? I share everybody's stuff, you know? Like, you fucking faggot, dude. Like, fuck off.
Did you tell him to fuck off?
Yeah, bro. I told him to fuck off and that he was being a little bitch faggot, and they still left me in the server.
Oh, awesome, dude. Awesome. High five to you, Nicolo. High five. Dude.
High five, bro.
That's what a chat does.
LLC.
That's what a chat does. Forge Gang! Forge Gang! We gotta ride with chat, baby. Let's go!
Bro, like, what the fuck's wrong with them? Like, I mean, like, you can't share somebody's link or you're fucking against them, bro. Like, chill the fuck out, dude. Like, Jesus.
Well, doesn't like Southern Israelite not even have a job? So it's like, why does this supposed South African woman want to have a job? It doesn't make any sense. Unless he's a federal agent, like Warhammer said in the past.
Apparently, his driver's license plates were traced back to Anchorage 2016, and that's supposed to have been a major training ground in the Cold War for CIA spies. That's not a conspiracy.
Harp is also there. Sorry, Herbert.
HARP, yes. Yeah, that weather manipulation weapons device supposedly that exists. Yeah, it's located in Anchorage. A couple of presidents like Jimmy Carter also go through Alaska. It's like they have retirement homes there as well. So Alaska is a pretty important place for the elites. Probably because there's no multiculturalism there. It's so weird how they're so embracing of diversity and stuff, but they don't want to have it in their suburbs or in their mansions or in their, rich people's neighborhoods. They can have their safe, walled up places and stuff and protect themselves because they're so wealthy.
Wasn't they Alaska from Alaska as well? I mean...
Yeah, basically so, yes. Oh, Baked
I think
Alaska?
Bob Ross was from Alaska.
I don't know, Dr. Roxo? Dr. Roxo's from Canada.
No, Bob Ross.
Bathtub Ross? Or Bath Ross?
No, Bob Ross, painter.
Bob Ross. Oh, the painter Bob Ross. Dude, that guy seems to be pretty gay. He talks a little bit off. Actually, he talks like a sped.
Yeah.
Dude, Bob Ross talks more like a spurg than I do. He really does talk like a sped. He was born in Florida.
No, I thought he's from Alaska.
No, it says he's from Jacksonville, Florida, 1942. That's what the Wikipedia said.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Alaska is a cold.
Yeah, I think Alaska is like a trading hub or something, because like all the cargo flights go through Alaska.
Wait, I thought that airplanes and air vehicles can't go over the North Pole. That's a good argument for the flat Earth stuff, like the idea or concept.
Well,
of
I mean,
flat
even the flat Earth thing. I mean, they always say it can't go over the South Pole, not the North Pole.
Yeah, well, supposedly.
I think that's what the flat Earth thing. I don't know, Nikolai. Don't you think the Earth's a realm? So what do you think?
What's the question, bro?
Can airplanes go over Alaska or the North Pole?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
They just can't go to the like planes don't go over Antarctica.
Yeah, that's the South Pole. So
yeah,
yeah, they can go over the North Pole
all day over the North Pole. But no, you can't go to the South Pole or Antarctica. But there was a Freemason guy that said Admiral Byrd. He said he flew over Antarctica. And but before all those regulations, but it's still kind of like, okay, bro, like you're flying over Antarctica with like some bomber or some shit. I can't remember what you flew, but you're flying over Antarctica with like low fuel and shit, and like it's freezing, you know, he's a Freemason, so I don't know. You know, it could just be like an elaborate, you know, tale, you know, or it could be some real shit. There's probably some real shit in it, but it's like covered up with some bullshit, you know?
Maybe Joseph Smith went to Alaska because he's a Freemason.
It's probably where Joseph Smith found the golden tablets.
Maybe so.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a part in the Book of Enoch where they're talking about going towards, like these men like walk into this frozen desert. And so the only thing I can think of as like a frozen desert is like the North Pole or like Antarctica or something, you know? But that's all Apocrypha. It's not in the Bible. It's just stuff. Yeah, who knows, bro? And like it like talks about like all of Enoch's men dying from the cold. Like they're all just like dying and shit. But it's Apocrypha. It's not, you know, canon. It's not, you know, it's good for extra reading, but it's not something you should take like the gospel, you know.
Well, the Catholic Church considers the Apocrypha books to be scripture. Like the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, you know, they consider Enoch to be scriptural. At least the Ethiopian and Syrian churches do.
Yeah, for sure. Like I have a King James Version Bible that has the Apocrypha that the Catholics still accept. So it's like like this King James Version Bible that, you know, was still using the Apocrypha that the Catholics accepted, and it's like Maccabees 1, 2, you know, something else, Esdras, I think. I can't really remember right now. I'd have to break it out. But, like the Ethiopian church and the Assyrian church probably acknowledges like Enoch 1, you know, at least. Enoch 2, because there were 2 Enochs in the Old Testament. Like when you look at, you know, the lineages and stuff. Like there was a good Enoch and there was the evil Enoch. You know, like one was a son of Seth, I think, or something, and one was the son of Cain. So, you know, like I imagine the son of Cain was probably into some wicked stuff.
I think when the King James Version was commissioned by King James, he actually translated the Apocrypha as well, along with the New and Old Testament. Originally.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead, Warhammer. I'm like looking for something, bro. I'm trying to find something. I'm kind of losing my mind right now.
There's this Buddhist, I've noticed that there's like this Buddhist-derived kind of world map that depicts the Earth as flat, and there's a bunch of lost outer continents. Like, instead of the South Pole, there's a bunch of these other continents or islands. And like among them is Atlantis and Thule and just all these other things. What would you think about the possibility that there's like different continents or different like shields and continents outside of the ice wall if the Earth is flat? You know, we're just speculating here.
Right, yeah. I mean, we're just spitballing. You know, nobody really knows. I mean, I think there could be different biomes, I guess. You know, if you want to look at it like, I mean, there's different biomes. And each of these different groups are like in their own little, you know, sphere of reality. Well, not sphere. It's not a sphere. It's like a, you know, dome, whatever. But it could be possible because, you know, I mean, they don't tell us the truth about anything, so.
They really don't. It's just very weird.
I think that would be cool if there was more. That'd be pretty epic.
Yeah, but it would be outside of the Great Ice Wall. Like, it's actually impossible to go through the ice wall or to go over the watery dome or the firmament dome. But the Bible says that the watery firmament capsized, or was like the waters poured out during the flood of Noah. So it's that the water, the heavenly water that was up there is not there anymore. It's already been poured down.
Like all the different little like things outside of the ice wall could be like different, what we call like dimensions, or dimensions, you know, and it just be in like a separate reality, like separated apart from like our dome where we live in America or wherever we live might not be the same as like some other dome, you know, or something, you know. I don't know, bro.
Really bizarre.
Well, maybe there's two domes. Maybe there's an outer dome and then there's an inner dome. Imagine that.
Bro, I was seeing like a picture of like some geometric stuff, you know, of like there being like a pyramid sitting on a square, surrounded, or not surrounded, but like a dome, or like a half dome going over the pyramid, it's just like, I don't know, bro. There's a lot of stuff that I think points towards flat Earth stuff, but I'm really like an agnostic when it comes to the shape of the Earth, because I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do have all sorts of advanced graphics, advanced computer graphicking, and like texturing and stuff, which they've had since the Apollo missions, you know, plastic and stuff that they could use to make these models and stuff to make it look real. Like, the surface of Pluto could just be completely made from advanced graphics, state of the art.
Well, I mean, Max says in chat that the Earth is round and the universe is 93 billion years across. I'm not really sure how time is a measurement, unless you mean light years.
The universe.
That's what Max says.
Yeah, or like Max a cool guy. Like, you know, Max got some good thoughts that he contributes.
You can barely see a plane at 30,000 feet. You think you can see the ISS. Is that the International Space Station?
The ISS, yeah.
Well, yeah, the telescope, maybe you could see it. Or like binoculars that are really good.
Dude, like, there's a really good channel. Like, you know, people say, like, oh, well, you can't go over you can't, boats disappear from top to bottom or bottom to top or some shit. Dude, there's this good channel. Everybody, you need to go subscribe to it and watch it. It's called Zooming In on Stuff. Just go subscribe to Zooming In on Stuff. Okay? And like they have like the most powerful fucking camera that you could possibly afford. And they just zoom in on stuff, you know, beyond the horizon in your possible human eyesight. They zoom in on stuff. Sometimes they use infrared light camera lenses, so you can see even farther. You can see like 400 kilometers. I don't know what that is in you know, like metric or whatever the fuck, but it's pretty far, I imagine.
MS positive M equals S plus S equals M at the third four. That's from Drunken Surfer.
Yep, Drunken Surfer's right about that one.
E equals MC squared. That's correct.
Dude, wait a second. Isn't that...
Well, Max, you should go up straight.
That's the theory of relativity, right?
Well, it's meters per second times seconds equals M. So...
Max says that he wants to go on StreamYards. Would you guys want to go on StreamYards? He doesn't want to come on Discord. I think he wants to talk about the globe Earth.
StreamYards.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Like, I mean, I'll probably just listen, you know, because I want to hear some of Mac's arguments more. But because I'm probably about to go to sleep, bro. I was just hopping on, see what was going on and shit, you know. Eric got fired. Eric
from the Ghost Squad.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what the hell his problem is, but he's always just like doing crack on the job, and he's just like a bad troll. Like he can't handle. Sorry, excuse me. He can't handle the heat. You know, like Eric can't handle the heat, bro. And it's sad, and that's all I really want to say, bro.
Did he really change his name because of something that was said to him? Like, what's up with that? If that's really true,
he said he said he was doing it for the meme, you know, like the frogs are turning gay, Alex Jones stuff. And like when he told me that, I was like, okay, that's kind of, you know, like okay, you know, haha, but bro, like that's really gay.
That's kind of off. Dude, Eric was always off. You know what's so weird?
I mean, like, Eric is one of us, bro, but, like, he's not as good as us, bro.
He's like a Rudy Coleman.
But he's not as good as us.
He's about like a Rudy Coleman, I guess you could say.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much.
The main proof you hear from NASA clowns is the ships over the horizon nonsense. But Zoom destroys argument/proof. That's how the light year is a unit of distance by Drunken Surfer. So I think...
Yeah, I know it's a unit of distance. It's just not the years. So I assumed you meant light years, but I was just making sure.
Check out zooming in on stuff, guys. Good night. Forge Gang.
Forge Gang! Let's go!
Going Super Saiyan! I'm gonna go Super Saiyan!
See you later, man. Yeah, I really don't know all that much about the flat Earth and the globe Earth stuff, and I don't want to turn my channel into that. I don't want to like turn all of my streams into a flat Earth, round Earth thing. It's just like the capitalism and the communism stuff. Both of those economic systems are inherently flawed. A man's worth is not found in his pocket; it's in his heart.
Exactly right, mate.
Or really, I should say in his soul. All right.
Should we jump on StreamYard so I think Matt can chat?
Okay. I guess I'll set it up. I'll see you there, man. All right. I heard the real reason, I wanted to show this. I heard the real reason you did not come back onto YouTube was due to Stoic doing a video eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at 2:30 in the morning. How dare Stoic defy my flawless 6,998 worded neat busting essay. That was the joke that he banned me for. I just wanted to show that right quick. StreamYards.com. Yeah, how dare you eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at 2:30 in the morning? This isn't right, dude. Wait a second. This isn't right. StreamYards. Hold on a second. This isn't right. Here we go. Here we are. All right. Create a broadcast. Broadcast. Maybe I should have just said Warhammer's Kino Equilibrium. Okay. Is it starting or what? There we go. All right. I got to send this to Mac and 3.4. I'll start with 3.4 since he's easier. On Google Hangouts. Where's 3.4 at? There he is. Okay, nobody's here yet on Google Hangouts. Okay, 3.4 will probably come on. I've got to let him in. Where are you at, buddy? Oh, there you are. There you go. All right, it's been set up. Is this working? Dude, is this setup even working or what? Just post it in the chat. There you go. Okay, there it is. There's the guys. There we go.
Hey, Mac.
Oh, I got
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, 3-4? Wow.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all doing? Hello?
Yeah, 3-4. Yeah, Alec, can you hear me? Mac, Warhammer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, man.
Yeah.
What's going on, dude? Hold on a second here.
What happened?
I wouldn't put anything out of the realm of possibility. But I do think that space is probably not what they want you to think it is.
Well, why do you think? So, what do you think space is?
Well, I don't believe NASA has ever been to space, that's for sure. But then I don't think the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you don't think NASA's ever been? Why do you think that though? Like you think the ISS is not? Because I've seen the International Space Station several times, and actually recently, Boeing, the Boeing company, they actually test flew a new capsule to fly astronauts. So, like some people they actually caught the Starliner trailing behind the ISS. So.
I don't know about that. I think that you've been deceived by a psychological operation of some kind. Do you also believe that 9/11 was what the story they told us?
No, I think it was an inside job, and that there was no plane that crashed in United 93 crashed in Pennsylvania. There was no plane crash there. So.
What if I told you 9/11 never even happened? 9/11 was what the story they told.
What do you mean 9/11? What do you mean 9/11 never happened?
It was on TV. It was just a TV program that they
televised. There were people in New York, dude, that saw it come down, dude. Like there were.
You ever wonder why they always show New York in movies?
Because it's a popular city to film in.
Ah, exactly. And why did 9/11 happen in New York?
Because it's the main city in America. It's like the financial hub of the United States, and they wanted to.
I'm just posing questions here. People don't seem to be able to give a proper explanation.
Well, did it happen there? Because that's where the World Trade Center was.
Yeah, it's where the towers were. Like they were in lower town Manhattan. They used to be there, and then there was also incident at the Pentagon, and then the other. I don't think United 93 ever existed. Like I think because there was no plane at the crash site in Pennsylvania. So,
well, and you don't think United 93 existed. I don't think anything ever existed that was shown on TV about 9/11.
The towers came down, dude. Sure.
How do I even know those towers were ever even there?
How do you know? Because they were there. And
you probably talk to someone that lived in New York. They might be able to tell you.
I've never been to New York. Let's just put it that way. And I'm not certain if I were to go to New York that why did 9/11 happen? A government agent of some kind.
Okay, dude, this guy's trolling, dude. I think this guy's trolling.
6 million agents is quite a lot. You have to populate the whole city, or is it 8 million? How much people live in New York?
You made a mistake tonight by banning my Creeper channel.
Wait, that was you? Dude, that was you.
That was me.
Okay, dude, like I do like there are a lot of like creeps that come.
Burger Boy, is that what you're calling us now? I know everything about it because I participated in it.
Oh, shit.
Well, what do you want to know? I can give you my take. It's what we do. Well, that's my take. It's what we do.
I don't know. I thought it was a bit out there when he said everyone that lives in New York is a federal agent.
Yeah, there is like you see that's the thing about 9/11 is like there's a lot of like there's people that say nobody died in the towers collapsing. Like they say like nobody died, nobody got hurt. Like I'm sorry, those towers came down. Those towers came down because like I never visited the original towers, but I mean I had family that has those towers were up there and they did come down. So in my opinion, I think the World Trade Center was built to be demolished. Like I think it was built to be demolished from the start. Like the plan was to bring it down, but as far as as far as I do think it was an inside job that Building 7 came down and like what do you think, Warhammer? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think the whole Saudis did 9/11 is a little just thrown out there to mislead it, because the people that say Saudi Arabia did 9, they say Saudi Arabia funded the hijackers, because a lot of them came from Saudi Arabia. But I also think because as far as I know, no plane hit the Pentagon, no plane hit Shanksville. So I wonder what was used to bring down the. I do think something hit the World Trade Center. I just don't think it was a 767 because because anyone knows that anyone can tell that a plane did not hit the Pentagon or crash in Shanksville. Yeah, it was done by yeah, it's and the thing about it would have been impossible because Spain was not industrialized. They were still using wooden ships at the time, so they didn't have the ability to bring down a. And it's they had that fancy tone, they say, "Remember the Maine, down with Spain. Remember the Maine, down with Spain." What are the odds they have a ship which rhymes with Spain, so they can create this fancy you know this fancy mantra, which remember the Maine, down with Spain, and just a way to just a way to convince people to go to war with Spain. And then after that, the United States, they got I think they got Puerto Rico, they got Guam, and they got the Philippines. It really was an attempt, because at that time there were some people that wanted Europe, a lot of European nations had an empire at that time. Some Americans, they felt hey, America, we should have an empire too. So they wanted it. So they said, all right, let's go after Spain, let's capture some. They got those 3 lands. So that was America's failed attempt to maintain an empire. It was eventually it fell apart because Philippines, eventually they were pretty dissatisfied with America. So. Mm-hmm. Is 3-4 still there?
Oh, I'm still here. Apparently, someone said the audio's muted in chat.
I think it's America, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm can you hear me?
Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Can one of y'all say something?
Oh yeah, that's the stream. The stream's working.
Okay, it should be working now. I don't understand why there's so many audio issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know either.
Who was that
guy? I'm probably going to go soon. I'm probably going to go to bed early.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Is it late New Zealand or?
Oh, it's not really late. Only 8 p.m. But I'm sort of tired for some reason. So.
Okay. No problem. Yeah. How's your cat doing? Yeah. All right. See you later, man. See you later.
Yeah, see you too, buddy. Macy gang, let's go. Yeah, he's got a cat named Macy. It's a black cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. So like, I don't know, do you want to talk about our friend Drake a little bit, or?
Yeah, the guy drinks orange juice, and he has the lowest paid popular vehicle, or like the lowest grade expensive vehicle in America that he drives. Toyota Tacoma.
It's like the car he's buying is like, that's the most popular, like that's like I think here was it like, and he got it from, and like I think he got it in, like, I'm guessing he got it around 2018, 2019 is when he got it. So like, here, let me just see. I'm guessing it's nothing great. He's like pretending like, oh, it's something like he's driving.
You know, I think that this Here Be Dragons guy is another troll. But I'll wait and see.
You think so?
Yeah, but I don't want to Janny someone unless I know that they are just shit posting.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people do that. Like I told, like in my, like, there's a guy, he's like made like already 5 videos. Like in my other, I told you my other internet pocket. Like he's made like, there's a guy who's made like 5 videos on me, just like crying about me, just for no reason. Like maybe I'll show it to you. I don't want to give him attention here, but I'll show it to you in private sometime soon.
I know the guy.
That one guy.
I already know the guy you're talking about. You told me about him before, or is that someone else?
Yeah, I think I did tell you about him. Yes, I did. Like, he's like, this is one guy, like, lives with his mom. He's like from Washington State, lives with his mom, and he, like, all he does is, like, just rant, like the guy sounds like a little, like a teen, like, the guy is, like, this guy, the guy I'm talking about, he's literally mentally deranged, like, I'll show you I'll show you his videos someday, but this guy I'm talking about, he is mentally deranged. Like, he is, like, you'd be shocked when you hear like the way he talks.
Wow. Does he talk like a transgender?
Not really, just like he sounds like he's retarded. Like, and I don't mean that's exaggeration. Like,
oh, he talks like a sped. Or
yeah. Well, I can't really do his imitation, but like you'll see. I'll show. Okay, when we're done the stream, I'll show you his videos.
Oh my goodness.
Like he's. I just don't want him. Like, I just don't want to show him here. I just don't want him to get any more attention. This guy is like, and like, you know, the moment he'll make like 10 videos on you. Like, he's already made like 5 videos on me, and now he's gonna do like
That sounds like Mormon Shaggy level stuff.
He kind of is like Mormon Shaggy. Actually, he kind of is. He kind of, like, in the way he looks, the guy has no front teeth, and like I'll tell you, he rides buses for fun. I'll tell you that. Like, he literally rides buses like they're carnival rides. I'm not kidding you. Like,
wow, that's kind of childish.
I'm not kidding.
Grown man child.
Yeah, dude, this guy's a man. He is a man child, this guy I'm talking to. He is a man child. He absolutely is.
He doesn't even drive.
No, he doesn't. He lives with his mom, dude. I'm telling you, man, he records buses for fun. Like, he records himself riding on buses for fun. Like, he has hours of, bus riding videos. It's like...
Wow. Well, here comes the
train. Yeah, I'll show it to you. Mm-hmm.
Does he smoke meth? Like, why does he have no front teeth? Does he smoke meth?
Probably, honestly. Probably.
Is weed legalized in your state or what? It's still illegal here.
I'm not sure. Is it? New York. Okay, let's see.
Oh, that's silly.
I've never smoked. I've never smoked in my life, so. Oh, it apparently is. Yeah, it is apparently. Yep, legal for recreational use. So.
I heard that stuff makes you extremely paranoid. Or like it makes you like...
It does to a lot of people.
Wow.
It does to quite a few people, yeah.
Did you see that video where I showed that acoustics device thing across the street from my back porch? It's very...
No, I don't think I saw that. What's that?
It's just very weird. Here, I'll try to get a clip of it. But we can keep talking. There's this guy called Fellow Traveler. He's a communist, but he doesn't... I don't think that he's gay. I don't know. He denies the existence of God, so I don't think I like him. I might unsub him, but he talks about fighting and stuff. He's basically almost like a commie version of the Golden One, if you know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
He's a Swedish... he's basically like a Swedish National Socialist person, pagan.
Oh, he's like close Nordic. Is that the guy you were showing, the trans guy, or?
No, but he might be gay, but he's all into like building his muscles. He works out a lot. Like, he goes to the gym like 6 or 7 or 10 hours a day. Like, there's literally dudes that go to the gym 10 hours a day. It's a wonder they don't hurt themselves. It is. It is very dumb. Okay, I gotta get a...
I don't, Eric, I don't even see the point of going to the gym. Like, honestly, if you want to exercise, I think it's better to just exercise outside, I think. Like, going to the gym, like, I guess you can go to the gym, but I feel like it's better to be outside, just getting some fresh air and just, just doing a bunch of push-ups or sit-ups or, pull-ups or... it's okay to lift weights, too, but, like, if you want to go for a jog, I'd rather go outside for a jog.
Yeah, I don't like using the treadmill. I don't like the treadmill. It's very uncomfortable. I would rather, like, do it outside. Is anybody else coming in?
Yeah, why not? Like that? No. Oh, that's much better to go outside and do it. It's much better. Much better. Much better.
Google Hangouts. Okay, I'm going to send you something on Google Hangouts. But there's this weird box. It's like this weird box that has, like, an acoustics.
Okay, I can actually see. Okay, I think I see it. I see it on the unlocking though. Yeah, there it is. I see it. There, I see the video. Eric Duchamp.
Yeah,
if you go back, if you click on that again.
Okay, I'll show it. Okay, I'll just show you the video and you can watch it then. I don't know how to send a private video to someone, but a bunch of people were laughing.
Eric douche.
A lot of people were basically laughing their asses off at me for showing the obvious about this audio recording acoustics device. And by the way, as soon as I started trying to record this the first time, all of a sudden, a guy that works for the city drives right up, and it happens right at the time that I'm about to record it. And he just happens by chance to be Hispanic. Just by chance, at the very second I try to start pulling my phone out to record, a guy that works for the town or for the city drives up and just kind of looks around. He spends like 10 minutes and then he goes. Isn't that bizarre?
Very small, but you see it right there. You see how it's hooked up. There's the wire hooked up to the power supply. There's the signals. There it is. It's plugged up in naked sight.
Yeah, isn't that bizarre? And there's nothing else like that anywhere.
The little lens, the camera lens, it's very small.
It's like a transmission device.
Let me try to enhance this a little bit more.
Yeah, it does look like a transmission device.
It might be one of those like radar, because I know where I live, like they're putting these like a radar, like this radar on the road, which is like checks for speeding or not, so it's like usually connected to like the speeding cameras.
Okay, Can it pick up what people say inside of the house, or what?
As far as I know, they're just radar devices. Like, they're just checking for speeding. So I don't think so. No, I wouldn't think so.
Oh, so that's what it is. Okay, so that's what it is. It checks. Yeah. So it's kind of like those cameras that you see on the green, red light, the street light stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
kind of like that, but it looks like a plate. Looks kind of like a plate, which is like used for like just checking. That's what it could be, maybe. So yeah, they put up in the Northeast Coast. They have a lot of like speeding cameras on the roads these days. So. Mm-hmm.
Who is that Peter Koldberg or Peter Kallman? Who in the world was that guy? That guy was a troll.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just these people, they love to hang. Some of these people, they just like to come on, just disrupt. That's it. They just love like they just want to come up and disrupt your stream, and it's like I don't even know what to say. So.
Just like Burger Boy, as soon as I did a video about gang stalking, Burger Boy came back and commented about it. And he was asking like all of these ridiculous questions and stuff, to try to like detract or make me look crazy or whatever. Because that's what these guys want to do.
Yeah, some people, they literally spend their whole lives, like, I've seen people, they spend their whole entire lives on the internet just trying to they literally seek out, like, live streams just to troll them. It's pathetic, really. Like, yeah, and, like, they live with their parents, dude. Like, some people, like, a lot of people here work hard for a living, but some people they have nothing to do. Like, they just literally just go around. Like, I know another guy from my pocket, like, he just spams, like, I told you about the Anton guy, like, did I tell you about him?
Yeah, so that's not the same guy that made the 5 videos about you? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's someone else.
That's a different guy. This guy's another, but they both are, like, garbage. Like, this guy's, like, yeah, if he comes, he just, like, I don't know, he's been gone for a while, like, he just spams everyone's chat, just to, like, just for fun, like. And he has like hundreds of, I don't know, he has like some bot accounts which he uses to, it's ridiculous.
The Golden One used to attend gay rallies. There's a picture of him posting shirtless in front of a gay flag. Yeah, he comes off a bit feminine to me. Yeah, there's something that's really, really feminine about him. He's a gym rat. And he's also, it seems like he's basically a gym cell. He works like 10 hours at the gym every day.
Let's see.
Well, 5 or 6 hours at the gym. How can some people do that?
Yes, Nicola. Yeah. Some people what?
How is it possible that some dudes can actually work out like 5 or 6 hours a day?
I don't know. I think it's more just like they're just obsessed with being muscular, which is actually kind of like unhealthy. If you're like working out too much is unhealthy. Like it's like you should not be doing that. So, and there's a term for it's like the opposite of anorexia, where you like are actually like scared of being like you're actually scared of being skinny. You're trying to be as like muscular as possible. So
that's pretty crazy. Really, it's better to practice mixed martial arts and work out for like maybe 2 hours. But doing it more than 2 hours is really a waste of time.
Yeah, and it's not safe either. It's like dangerous.
I would agree. Yeah, I think you should just do a straight workout and be done with it.
Yeah. Just don't, you don't need to do it. It's really not making you any more muscular. I think at that point, if you're just doing it too much, you're just stressing out your body to the point where it might just, it's just gonna, create, your heart can't be beating hard all the time. So you're just, increasing your blood pressure all the time. That's actually unhealthy, so.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And plus, there's going to be muscle tissue breakdown, bone tissue breakdown, and, a lot of these people, when they get older, they have constant nerve pain or neuronal pain or something in their joints.
Yeah, like I know like a lot of football players, like these guys have exerted their body to the limit, and it's actually by the time they're like 40 years old, their body's like almost is that of a 70-year-old. Like they've exerted too much of their energy, so it's like it's not a healthy sport. Football, it's actually not a healthy sport to play, and like I think overdoing is unhealthy. I really think it is unhealthy. Yes, it's good. It's all right to work out, but if you're overdoing it, you're just going to create problems for yourself in the later run.
So really, it's really just best to be balanced. Balanced food or balanced diet, balanced workout.
Yeah. Yeah. And eat healthy. Like don't be like Southern Israel, like just like eating raw food and thinking like you're going somewhere with that. Southern Israelite.
I'm telling you, they are in the gym that long to flirt with dudes. What the hell? Man, I don't like talking to nobody when I'm in public places. I don't like talking to almost no one. Man or woman or nobody.
Yeah, dude.
I just prefer...
Like me too, like I also prefer like... Alright, do you want to hide that? I don't know who that Here Be Dragons is. You want to give him a... Like, I don't know, what is he saying?
He's basically spamming. He's shit banting and spamming up the chat. You know what shit banting means.
So what is that?
Shit banting is when you shit post. Like on 4chan trolls. They shit bant each other.
I see.
Yeah. Like, you know how trolls will shit post and try to get other trolls to get angry and stuff and have a reaction, and then they get their lulz from that on 4chan. That's called a shit bant.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, dude. I think just if he's causing problems, dude, just ban his account, dude. Like, we really don't need to put up with that in the. It's like. Like this, that's just some people. Some people, it's like the most fun in the world to just like troll for just stir people up, and it's like it really is pathetic. I'm sorry if you're just doing it I mean I will troll people who I think are bad, like that. Like I don't like if someone's bad, like yes I might like do something which could be considered trolling, but I think it's more like calling them out. But if you're just doing for fun, like we're not doing anything wrong here. I mean we're just this is a good group of people, and people are just coming to ruin it. Then I say all right, give them like. I know Nicolo, he said that, you want everyone banned, and no, that's not the case, but if someone's just going to stir up strife in the chat, then I think he should be banned. Like, it's not censorship, it's just, it's like, someone's like crashing a party, you kick them out, right? And, it's not denying their freedom, kicking them out. It's just they're disrupting a party, and we're just removing them from that. That's perfectly legal. Same thing. I think banning people is perfectly fine. It's not a censorship or a free speech. Banning someone, they're just causing trouble. So.
Yeah, basically so. I mean, like that guy that said that everyone in New York is literally a federal government agent. Like as soon as that.
Yeah, that's troll. That's not. Yeah, that's nonsensical. I mean, yeah, they are people that think. There's this one other guy I know, he actually believes that nobody died on 9/11. It was all a CGI production, that the World Trade Center never existed. Like, that is, see, it's those kind of theories that destroy the truth movement, because, when this nonsense comes here, it, discourages, the real investigation. So, there's, I'm sorry, the trade towers, they came down, okay? I don't believe a plane hit them. I think I showed you the no planes video, I think a while ago, right?
Yes, you did. Yeah, I remember it. What do you think about Building 7?
Yeah, it's yeah, I think Building 7 was also demolished, I think. It was just, all three of the towers were rigged for demolition. I think, you think about 9/11 is, there's a lot of, occultism to 9/11, the Twin Towers, how in the Old Testament, the story of Samson, right? In the Old Testament.
Yes.
Okay, so how Samson, remember when he's like blinded, he goes to the Philistine Tower, right? Like he goes in the Philistine Temple, and then what he does is he knocks down the two towers, right? In the Philistine Temple before he dies, like in a suit. Like it's like I think 9/11 is based on that. Because the same thing. It's based on the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. So like, there's a lot of occultism to like the twin towers coming down and.
I'm just typing something in the chat right fast. Yeah, there is definitely. I just wanted to type that right fast. By the way, the Creeper, I know that you're Herb Green, okay? I know that you used a voice changer and you're probably in with Plate Gang or the J-Danks Army or someone like that. Now, that British or that British accent was pretty convincing, but I do know that you guys love to pull this shit-banting act, you know. So anyways, yeah, the occult rituals, like, was there a particular way of which the towers fell that relates to, like, something to do with maybe that's Luciferian or like an occult ritual?
Well, it's like I'll tell you this. You know how like they built a new World Trade Center? You know how they built a new World Trade Center, the One World Trade Center? Like you've seen the pictures of the new one, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So like one thing about this is like there's about the Kundalini awakening, like how it's like I think it's popular like Eastern, like it's in the New Age movement, like what happens is like they believe there's like these two serpents in your body which go up and they unite as one, right? So it's like what happened to World Trade Center is like, see, those two towers came down and then they built a single tower to replace them, and it's based on the Kundalini serpent awakening. So it's like kind of like a New Age ritual almost.
That's very bizarre.
Yeah, like there is a lot, like the thing is, like even the Pentagon, like even the structure of the Pentagon is also very occult. Because the Pentagon's in the shape of a pentagram, and here's the thing: if you draw a straight line from the Pentagon's tip, it points directly to the site of the World Trade Center. Like I'm not kidding you. Like you can do like if you draw a straight line from the World Trade Center from the Pentagon, it points directly to the World Trade Center. So like. I think there was a reason those two buildings were struck on 9/11. There's something like ritualistic about it. It's bizarre, but there is something.
So, like, if you draw a line from southern Maryland through New Jersey into New York or Long Island, it's shaped to be like a pentagram. That is just really horrible.
It points to the World Trade Center, like.
Let me look this up. Pentagram, World Trade Center, and 9/11. Yeah, I'll try to find an image here. I can't find anything other than the new Trade Center.
Yeah, here, like, one second. Let me see if I can. There's a video about the occult of the Pentagon. I'm trying to find it. Yeah. Okay. I think I found the video. Okay. I think I found here. I think. Let me share it. I think.
Okay.
Okay, here I found the video. Okay, let me just.
The Pentagon looks like it's shaped like a pentagram. It even has a similar name. It's very weird.
Here, let me share this. Here, here's this showing. Okay. Is the audio? Let me know if the audio is working. This is like the Cult of the Pentagon, so like.
No, the audio is not working.
Okay, I think it might be here. One sec. Let me just. I think that. Sorry, that might be my fault.
Maybe it might be something on my end.
You want to take now?
I hear something, but it's very low volume.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes. Yeah, it's better now.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
Thanks.
There you go.
So it was just basically a false flag operation. So 9/11 is a false flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, they knew that the Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they knew it was gonna happen. Like because actually, I think actually the Americans, they wanted Japan to attack so they could enter the war. So it was like they actually like there was something called the it was called the Eighth Action. Here, actually, let me go back. It was called the Eighth Action Memo, they call it. Here, McCollum Memo. So so the McCollum Memo, also known as Eighth Action Memo, was a memorandum dated October 7, 1940, more than a year before Pearl Harbor attack, sent by Lieutenant Arthur McCollum, who provided the President intelligence reports on Japan and every interest of Dakota Japanese military. So they had already decoded the Japanese code at that time. So, okay, that's what they claimed. But by the time the British had already broken it. So this is total nonsense. And diplomatic report destined for the White House in his capacity. So, yeah, the memo outlined the general situation of several nations in World War II and recommended an 8-part course of action for the United States to take in order to regard to the Japanese Empire in the South Pacific, suggesting that the United States provoke Japan into committing an overt act of war. So the memo illustrates several people in the Office of Naval Intelligence promote the ideas of goading Japan in the war. It is not believed in the present. So it is not believed that, this is a quote, it's not believed that in the present state of political opinion, the United States government is capable of declaring war against Japan without more ado. If by Japan could be led to commit an overt act of war, so much the better. So, essentially they wanted Japan to attack, and they knew Japan was going to do it, so it was just a way of getting the United States involved in the war.
So it was just a repetition of Sarajevo and the, what was that called? The Lusitania incident. And didn't somebody actually write a book after World War II about the fake Pearl Harbor false flag attack? Or the Pearl Harbor false flag thing?
I'm sure someone did. I don't know of any specific book, but I'm sure someone did.
They started that entire war to basically put all of the states under martial law with the Trading with the Enemy Act. Roosevelt did that back in 1933. And he even said that he was going to use the government to fight poverty and the economy like he was fighting a war in peacetime. And that was in 1933. He literally said that at his coronation. I'm sorry, not coronation, but his presidential inauguration.
I see.
A lot of Americans did not like Roosevelt. They thought that he was a socialist or like some sort of a Bolshevik
He was a Freemason.
agent.
Like he was a Freemason, though. Franklin D. Roosevelt. He was a total Freemason, and
a lot of Republicans said that his moves were very Bolshevik-like, almost, or like very Stalinist.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I really think so because, you know, I mean, one thing is he lied to the public about, he wanted the public to go to war with Europe, even though we were never, he'd go to Japan to war. And yeah, he did engage in a lot of socialist programs, like, you know, trying to nationalize everything, make everything come under the state. So, you know, he was like, you know, like, and he was like against the republic. Or...
Yeah, well, he continued like what Lincoln and what many of these other Freemasonic founders had started before. And then, you know, JFK, I think JFK came to the realization that something was wrong, but before he could come to his senses about it, really figure it out, they killed him in Dallas. Like, it seemed like JFK was going to get rid of the CIA. Like, he was actually going to reform or abolish the CIA, and then poof, he's gone. Like, he's
yeah, there was a lot of reasons. I think there was a lot of reasons. Like, one thing is he wanted to get rid of the Federal Reserve, too.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was like, some executive order he was going to pass. It was like 1-1... I forget what it was. Yeah, executive order 11110. So double, like, quadruple 40. That was the order. So...
Didn't Ronald Reagan also want to get rid of the Federal Reserve, too?
I'm not sure. Like, you know, the thing is he was assassinated, so, like, I think that was, like, a warning to him. Hey, don't go against us, otherwise you will be in trouble, so...
Yeah, you know, wasn't he was almost shot the same way that John Lennon was. Because John Lennon was shot in 1981, or in 1980, the same year as Ronald Reagan, but Ronald Reagan survived. But it was a very similar scene to the street thing.
Yeah, do you think John Lennon was killed for any reason, or was like, you know, John Lennon, he was like almost like a Luciferian. I mean, he was like anti-Christian all the time, so, you know, like, did he do something that got him in trouble, or?
No, I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I don't think so, no. I'm just curious of how similar their deaths were. Well, there's only one person that died, but...
Yeah. I mean, John Lennon was a communist. He was a total communist. Like, and he said, like, that song Imagine, it's literally a communist anthem, you know, saying no countries, no religion, no, like, it's, I can't say, I hate that song, Imagine, like
yeah, it's pretty
like, you know what song I'm talking about, right?
I mean, it's just a precursor to, like, the stuff that you see in the 80s with that Send Me an Angel Right Now, I feel so sick, I want to vomit, or whatever that song is. And then, what was that one that Send Me Back to the 70s? But that was written in the 1980s or something. No, it was in the late 70s. And, like, a lot of this started with the hippies, and, you know, Puck would understand a lot of this stuff. I don't know why I'm on such bad, I don't know why Puck has such an issue with me, but he knows a lot about the occult influence in music. He says it was mainly for show. Like, he just says it was mainly for attraction and show, and to be edgy.
Yeah. Well, think about the hippie movement. The hippie movement is also like a CIA, like, it was just CIA movement, literally. Like, you know, it was just a CIA COINTEL operation, the whole hippie thing, and, you know, like the Beatles with their, what's that, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, that whole thing was, it was all an operation. Like, it was all intelligence operations going on just to, like, you know, dumb people down.
Executive Order 11110. It was signed by John Fitzgerald Kennedy. The intention to strip the Federal Reserve Bank of its power to loan money to the U.S. federal government at interest. Yeah, this federal government has been completely in debt in perpetual debt since 1931, at least. Do you think that we're kind of in...
Yeah, the other thing was...
Oh, go ahead.
Say again. Say again. You know, you can talk. What do you want to say?
Do you think that we're probably very much in World War III right now?
I'm not sure yet whether this will be... Because, you know, like, see, the definition of a world war is, like, when there's a great power, when the great powers are at war. Like right now, the war in Ukraine, like, it's just a proxy between the United States, because, you know, Russia is fighting directly, but the United States is just sending weapons to Ukraine. Like, we don't actually have troops on the ground yet. Like, so for my opinion, for this to turn into the Third World War, there have to be, like, American troops fighting Russian troops. So it's still not there yet, but, you know, who knows? Like, you know, maybe, like, you know, like, the more we arm Ukraine, you know, Russia might see it as a threat, and they might just decide to, you know, maybe destroy, like, American, like, arming stations on the Ukraine-Polish border. Maybe, possibly. So, and then, you know, that could be seen as attack on Poland. And, you know, because, you know, in my opinion, Vladimir Putin also controls, like, he's also compromised. I think the Jesuits control it. The Jesuits, the Freemasons, they control him too. So,
yeah, definitely. So,
yeah, I mean, look, Russia is mostly controlled by these they call them oligarchs. They call them, and they're like just these like Russian billionaires that just own all the banks and all the corporations in Russia. So, like, you know, it's like, you know, Russia's not a great place to live in. You know, I think this whole thing, because, you know, Putin is friendly, like in the World Economic Forum, which everyone talks about. Putin is a member of the World Economic Forum, and, you know, he is like, he's friendly with Henry Kissinger, who's another globalist, and, you know, he's friendly with Pope Francis, the Jesuit Pope Francis. He's like good friends with him. So, and like even the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, he's also very close to Pope Francis. So, you know, I think Russia's totally connected to the elite, and, you know, I think Russia invading Ukraine, they were told, like, I think the reason Putin did it is because his same people that, you know, the powers that of our country, they answer to, you know, Putin answers to the same people, and they probably told him to invade Russia. So this whole thing is, I think this whole war is being controlled on both sides. Like, that's the only way I see it. I don't think Putin is a good guy for 1 minute. Like, you know, he's definitely compromised and controlled. I mean, there are pictures of him wearing like a Freemasonic apron with George W. Bush. So,
yeah, I can show that right now. Vladimir Putin, Freemasonic robes. Yeah, I don't think that this war in the Ukraine is right either. Here it is. It's like it's blue.
It's like they're provoking both sides. Like they're like, you know, like the United States is arming the Nazi rebel. Like, you know, a lot of like Ukraine is a lot of it is controlled by like these like a neo-Nazi or like, you know, different from like, they are like neo-Nazi groups, and like, you know, they are controlled by the CIA, and the United States is arming them to like, you know, create provocations. But at the same time, Russia's also like agitating the Russian minorities that live in the eastern part of Ukraine. So it's both sides which are like pushing this conflict. So yeah, there's a picture there. I see it there. Yeah. So.
And Zelensky's a Zionist, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And why are all these Nazis fighting for a Zionist and a pro-Western president?
Yeah, because a lot of these like neo-Nazis, they are connected to these Zionist groups. I'm not even kidding you. Like a lot of them are what was I like? You know, somebody made a good point. Like Israeli, like a lot of these are connected. A lot of these like Ukrainian Nazi groups are connected to Israel. Like so like it's like everything is like connected. It's like, yeah, they're funding both sides. Like,
yeah, they
are controlling both sides. Yeah, like I really think like Putinism. Yeah, like Ash is like like Ash is a good. I think Ash seems like a good person. I think you can wrench him. Do you think Kissinger's a war criminal because of Cambodia? Yes, he is. Kissinger's a total globalist. I mean, he's a total globalist, total scumbag. Like, you know, he's just like Henry Kissinger. Like Henry Kissinger's like the antithesis. Like he's like the he's like the pro-Russian version of George Soros. So like, you know, because Henry Kissinger is like really close friends with Vladimir Putin, and you know, he's totally compromised Henry Kissinger. He's the one, like, Henry Kissinger's to blame. The reason like so many American jobs have been lost to China is because of Henry Kissinger's policy of like this one China policy of free trade with China. It's his fault that we lost a lot of our manufacturing base. Henry Kissinger, like, he's a total scumbag. Henry Kissinger, complete.
And Jimmy Carter too, and especially Jimmy Carter.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of Barry Goldwater Republican types that cannot stand Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
Gerald Ford is dead now, but Gerald Ford, and Jimmy Carter were scumbags.
Yeah. And the thing about Gerald Ford, like, his vice president was Nelson Rockefeller, and Rockefeller is part of the Rockefeller family. So, and you know, the Rockefeller family is also one of these elite families out there. I don't, like, are they connected to the Jesuits? Like, because I know the Rothschilds are like connected to the Jesuits. They were like the, you know, like, I think like in the 1800s, like the Jesuits became like they were like the guardians of the Vatican's treasury or something. So it's like the Rothschilds. I'm guessing Rockefeller is also connected in some way. So.
I think in 1816 they did. I'm not for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
yeah,
1798.
I think so. It was around then.
1797 to 1815, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you know, Kissinger is he's a total scumbag. Yeah, you know, it's like he's engaged in many other like coups in like in South America, and you know, he's a total scumbag. And he should be blamed for destroying our manufacturing base was like lost to China because of his open policy towards them. Like it's his, he is the one to blame for him and Nixon. So
the Rust Belt.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter. I think Jimmy Carter. He's the father of the Taliban essentially. I mean, it was under him what was his name? That guy Zebedin Brzezinski, who like he actually created the Taliban just to he actually, like, you know, the Taliban was created under Jimmy Carter as a way to fight the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Like, actually what they wanted to do is they wanted the Soviet Union to invade Afghanistan, and then, you know, the way they did that was they actually armed the Taliban, and that provoked the USSR to invade, and that's like kind of gave the USSR their own Vietnam kind of, so, you know.
Why did the USSR invade Afghanistan? Other than
It's precisely because America was arming the Taliban there, and they didn't want Afghanistan to become a front for America, so that's why they invaded it. And, you know, it was probably both sides pulling the strings again. Maybe they wanted the Soviet Union to go bankrupt after that, so, you know, I think both sides are pulling the strings there, like in the Cold War, so.
Who is Ashes? I think she's okay. Yeah, Ashes is fine.
Yeah, she seems cool. I think give her a mention. I think she seems really cool. She seems really I think. Yeah. So yeah, she's I just went to her channel. She's been here. She's nice to subscriber. She's not that troll account or anything. She seems cool. So yeah, try to get. Yeah, I guess you can like. I guess Nixon was like wrongly demonizing a little bit, but you know. Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter was total. His national security advisor, Zebedin Brzezinski. That guy's a criminal. So,
well, they're Zionists. They opened China up to help build up the Chinese economy, the Chinese mixed economy, to get China to surpass the West. You know, they just give it a bunch of Western imported technology to build that country up to surpass the United States and Europe. You know, they did this to Germany, to West Germany and Japan and South Korea, and then they give it to China. And like, you know, what were these people thinking? Like, China's still communist. It was never going to democratize.
It never is going to be. And essentially, they've stolen the whole, like, you know, China's like one of their fronts to like destroy the American
manufacturing base, I think. Like, that's why they opened up, because they wanted China to take over. So, like, you know, here's another picture I just want to share. This is Vladimir Putin's meeting with the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab, who is, like, the head of the World Economic Forum. And the other picture I want to share, Henry Kissinger. Yeah, here's Putin and Kissinger. Yeah, there he's shaking. Like, Putin and Kissinger, they're good friends. And, like, look, this guy's one of the biggest scumbags ever to exist. And look, Vladimir Putin, like, if Vladimir Putin's a good guy, why is he friends with this? Like, come on, why is he friends? Like, anyone out there who thinks Putin is a good guy, like, you can't be friends with people like this. I'm sorry. Like, I don't care if Putin calls out George Soros. Like, you know, you can't call out George. It's like, you know, you're calling out, like, you know, it's like you're calling out communism, but you're not calling out, like, you're calling out the Soviet Union, but not calling out China is essentially what it is. Like, you know, you're calling out one evil, but you're siding with the other. It's like, you know, Putin total controlled opposition, and, you know, it's like, and, you know, Russia, they do put in jail. If you speak against Russia, they do put you in jail. There's no freedom of speech there, so it's like, you know, Russia's part of the New World Order completely compromised.
I agree, it is. So, yeah. So there you see, people. Putin is not the savior of the white race, or whatever, dude.
He's not. And, like, his oath, actually, he took, the oath he took was actually, like, it was right under the all-seeing Masonic eye, so.
Back in 2000 or 2012?
It was in 2012.
That's insane. So, like, and Russians have no freedom. And they're basically very poor, and their economy is breaking apart.
Yeah, it's thing is, like, Russia's, like, a lot of their economy is still, like, nationalized, controlled by the Russian government. So, like their oil drilling is all, like, controlled by the Russian government. I think it's like Gazprom. Gazprom's the company that owns it. It is. Here, I found a video. Okay, this is a. I'm trying to find. No, that's not it. I'm trying to find a video on Putin. Yeah. Okay. I think this is it. Is this it? Okay. Yeah. This is it. This is it. Here, let me play it. Yeah, I'm gonna play
it. Just set it up in the tab, and I'll let you play it.
Oh, you want me to paste the link you want to share, or you want to do that?
That's up to you. Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, let me share. Here we go. Watch this, everyone. Here we go. Words, 33 degrees in Freemasonry.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I can see the all-seeing eye. Putin is like the Ronald Reagan of Russia, and KGB agent in East Germany. That's him in East Germany. Putin's grandfather was a cook for Lenin and Stalin. Putin's mother is Jewish. Putin is good friends with the Orthodox Jews. He's also good friends with Israel. I don't think that Israel has as much control over Russia as it does over the USA, but it is still pretty bad.
Here, let me just finish the video here. What's that? Here we go. There we go.
the monarchy was not restored in 1991. Yeah, the double-headed eagle is Freemasonic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, man.
That's it. So, yeah, just showing, yeah. She wants a link. Here, let me give it to. Here we go. Here you go, Ashes. So here's a video I'll post in the chat. So.
Forge Gang. Is it Burger Boy you're talking to? No, definitely not. No, it's not Burger Boy. What do you think about gang stalking?
It's ridiculous. Yeah, no problem, Ashes. No problem. Yeah, it's ridiculous too. Like people who stalk people on the internet just for troll, like it's creepy and it's uncalled for too.
Well, like, what do you think about people that believe that, like, there's, like, agencies or stuff that's, like, trying to invade their personal life and all of that? I will say that a lot of those people are probably crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's like, the thing about, like, this whole, like, New World Order, like, I don't think they're, like, bringing it out is because, the reason I don't think they brought it out is because, like, America's not disarmed yet. Well, in order to have it, they need to disarm the United States, so, the reason they haven't done that yet, so, like, when it comes to agencies invading their home, like, I don't think we're there yet, but, I mean, we've still got a long way for that. I think they just, right now, the elite, I think they just want gun control before they can push forth their main agenda.
Yeah, and hence using these fake false flags or this white paper to psyops and stuff like it. That what is it? Buffalo, New York, and that what was that other place? That rad elementary
Texas
school.
Somewhere.
I think it was Uvalde, Texas school shooting. That was.
I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're doing. They're doing these fake false flags just to get people. Yeah, actually, I don't know. One of my friends is streaming tomorrow on it. I mean, I can drop you the link if you want to. I think he's supposed to stream tomorrow, exposing this Texas and just exposing gun control agenda. I might be on. I can drop you the link if you want to come. If you just want to watch.
The LARPer brags about gang stalking me with his flying monkeys. He's too scared to come after me alone. Lame. What? Women, dude. Oh, forget that. When is he streaming tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they want though. Like I think right now they just want their gun control agenda. They want to pass here's the thing, like even if they don't ban guns outright, what they try to do is they try to chip it out one piece by piece. Like they'll try to limit the magazine requirements, the amount of mags you can hold, or who can buy. They'll raise the gun purchasing age from 18 to 21, and the reason they always come after AR-15s is because they want to get rid of these assault weapons because they're pretty good for resisting against any tyrannical government. So. I think that's why like gun control has been their main agenda for the last like 10 years. That's all they've been trying to push these shootings and trying to strip the American public of their arms. So,
probably so. Yeah.
Yeah,
How in the world?
you're absolutely right.
It breaks the Second Amendment.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. Like, because Second Amendment, it's there for like the reason it's there is because it's not for like hunting or anything. The reason it's there is because it's a way for like the population, like the public, to still have like some control, like being armed. It's like in case if there's a tyrannical government, there's a way to resist. So.
I agree, absolutely. We should be able to have shotguns and semi-automatics if we can afford to have them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the Constitution. There should never be a restriction, and that's why they push this like school shootings. Because that's what like convinces the younger generation that we should not be armed. We have to give up our guns to the government. I mean, look what they've done to Australia. Like Australia was disarmed in like 1995, and after that, look, Australia's a whole dictatorship now. So they want to do the same in the United States. So.
Ashes would like to watch that video. Maybe you could find a way to link it to her without making it public in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. I'll send you the guys. Like, I just don't want his channel getting invaded. Ashes. Yeah. Do you have Ashes? Like, do you ever like do you have like contact with her? Here, let me.
Only on Discord.
Oh, you have her on Discord? Okay, like, here, I'll send it to you. Yeah, it's which. Yeah, here, Okay, I'll give you the channel. I'll give you the channel link before we end this stream. So yeah, absolutely. Ash, come on. We'll talk. We'll do. I'm gonna be on the panel too with on my other account, but it'll be great.
Don't put it in the StreamYard thing. Because I mean, not telling you what to do. The trolls will see it. That Peter.
Yeah, that's why I don't want.
Will go over there and bother you and your friend.
Yeah. 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 I'm just trying to figure out. Like, I just need to ask him what channel it is. He has like a couple of channels. But I promise. I promise I'll get you. I'll get you the link. So I think maybe at the end of the stream I'll just post it and then just for her to take and then I'll delete it. So. Yeah, but I do think this Buffalo shooting and this Texas shooting, they both are fabricated. They both are absolute fabrications, and they're just being done to push this gun control agenda. So, whatever the Zionists and the Jesuits, they both want this. So this is their way of ruling. So.
Yeah, the Freemasons.
Yeah. I would say, like, at the top of the New World Order, it seems like the Jesuits, Freemasons, and Zionists are, like, the three most powerful, like, main groups that are pushing for a New World Order. Like, I don't know any other major groups like that, but it seems like those three are always, like, they're always at the top.
I will try to find my Discord stuff. I was just reading her comment. There's a lot of these different types of intel agencies and stuff, but it seems like they just want to be wealthy. Like, they want to control people's lives in order to drive them like cattle and make money. And to fulfill a satanic agenda and to become gods. To become as God. That's what pantheism essentially is becoming one with the Ode, or becoming ultimately one with the cosmos. And that's what they want to do with, like, Nerve Link Elon Musk's Neuralink, transhumanism, reach a state beyond what humanity currently can achieve.
I see.
These people don't want to die. They don't want to, they don't really want to be human, they want to be gods.
Essentially, yes. They want to be one with, and that's why I think a lot of the 9/11 ritual, it's about it's about this Kundalini awakening. Like if you really look up this Kundalini awakening stuff, a lot of it is based on becoming your own god, becoming your own, becoming self-aware, self-realization, and that's what 9/11 was also about. A lot of it was about this, the twins becoming one. That's what it was about, the third eye awakening.
Yeah, the awakening of the chakras. Third eye, what is that word I'm looking for? Apostasios, that's it, apostasios. Awakening of the chakras, Kundalini ascension, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, that's what the Freemason. That's one thing about the Freemasonic degrees. They're just trying to, they're about becoming becoming the enlightened one, the illuminated ones. Essentially, that's where the term Illuminati comes from. The illuminated, the self-aware ones, and
it makes.
And remember, Freemasons, they believe that Lucifer is like a pure I think I showed you that video of the guy saying Lucifer is pure light, and did I show you? I showed you that video, right?
I don't think you did. No.
I think I did. I think it was I don't think. Where that Freemason, the Shriner, he says Lucifer is God. Who's seen?
I think.
We can play it again. I think you'll recognize.
Was it Bill Cooper? No, it was
No, it wasn't.
William Cooper.
Not Bill Cooper. No, it wasn't him here at all. I'll find. I promise I'll find it. I'm looking. I have to look up. Here, let me just.
Probably the real Maronite guy that Joseph Smith talked to. Moroni, more like it.
Okay, here I found the video. Let me find better quality. I found the video here. Let me just see if I can get a better quality.
Have you ever talked to any Mormon? Because I never have.
When I was in college, I knew one guy who was into that. Okay, here, let me share the video here. I'm gonna play this video. Here, one second. I know I'm playing a lot here. No, I don't want that. Yeah, I think I've shared it with you, so I think you'll recognize once I share it. There, just listen to this. Just listen. Just listen.
He talks like he's possessed.
I am Lucifer. I fear the awakening. Wicked. And then he has that shrine cut.
There we go.
I am Lucifer.
Yeah.
It's such. He says it in such a demonic way.
Yeah, it's evil. This is evil. Yeah, what's up, Rick Perry? What's up, Rick Perry? No. Yeah, the Twin Towers represent the Masonic pillars, Jachin and Boaz, which in their duality scheme represent the Gnostic. Menician duality is basically a grand ritual to signal the coming of the singularity. Yeah, I think that's true. I didn't know what the pillars were called. Okay, that makes sense now. And yeah, I think Ash, she gave you your Discord. Yeah, can you here? Let me pass on the guys.
Are you about to go, or like what?
No, I'll stay for a bit longer.
Oh,
here. Cool.
Okay, is it on Google
Yeah,
Hangouts?
but yeah, that's a Freemason. You know, Freemasons think that Lucifer is God, so.
That's just, dude. Oh, by the way, the Shriners, that's only in America. You don't see no Shriners in Europe or elsewhere. Where is the link?
Here, let me send you the guys. I'll be streaming here. Yeah, just pass it on to her. Okay, I'll send to your Hangouts if that's okay. All right. Okay, I'll post it within the private chat and StreamYard here. I'll post it there. So can you just pass it on to her? This is the guy's channel who I think we'll be streaming on. This guy fell him on too. I said his name, but.
Ashes, are you going to give this to anybody else? Because I think this guy is really concerned about his privacy on the online.
I don't know. I just don't trust Discord, so.
Let's see here. Is she in my server? Where's Ashes at? I can't find her. I'll go to...
Have you been able to has your work search, have you been able to find work yet, or are you still...
last week, about a couple of weeks ago, I finally got over that pain. I don't have gout, thankfully. I think I already told you this, but I don't actually have gout. I just twisted my ankle.
I'm glad it healed, so you think you're gonna go find work now?
Yeah, I mean, the Bible does not say that you should run away from the world. It says that you just should not be of the world.
Yeah, that's it. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't mean you isolate or anything.
Okay, I sent her the message to the channel, so
okay.
You have it in your Discord, Ashes, if you want to go to that stream. I'm not going to say the name of it.
Yeah, he's not he hasn't set it up yet, but I think he'll stream like tomorrow, and yeah. Let me ask her. She has a Gmail. I can I don't know if I can set up a Hangouts with her, and then we can.
I'm sure she does. Like, you have to have a Gmail to have a YouTube. But yeah, I passed the link on. Maybe she could get with him, and he could give him. I mean, he can give her a link to go into the StreamYards.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see. Yeah, she seems like a good person, Ashes. Yeah, that's the problem I have with people like Southern Israel, who are like this, they have this hatred towards women, and not all girls are bad. There's decent girls out there. It's that's why I just disagree with that whole MGTOW and all that. That's insane.
It really is. I don't like the black pill.
Yeah, it's not. They are good. I have met decent girls on here who are who are not into
Do you see it, Mac? Oh, she put her Gmail in there for you.
Okay, here and okay here. Okay, I'll send you the stream here. Let me just
Okay, she deleted it, but
yeah,
she did that.
Yeah, good. I got it. You can delete it.
Okay, so anyways, about the trucking stuff, I would have to go to
okay.
Yeah, I would go to Abilene or to Dallas to train how to do the trucking thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Do you think you're gonna go, or do you want to do something? You can always try something else too,
It's a shame that I can't get into sales calls like Surfer does. He does sales.
Oh, I see. He does what?
Oh, he's a sales clerk. He works at home and he does calls. He takes people's calls.
Okay, why?
And it's like customer service.
Why can't you do that? Is there a reason you can't do that, or?
Not to my knowledge. I think you have to have a degree, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that hard to get. Just have to have a degree in business management or business.
Yeah. Yeah, I sent her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ashes. Yeah, I gave you the link to my friend's channel. So yeah. So it's yeah. Come on. Yeah, we'd love to. I'd love to see you in the chat tomorrow. I'll have to keep you up to date when we go live or we cancel. But yeah, we're gonna try to break. Our main agenda will be trying to break down the Buffalo and the Texas shooting, and just talk about the gun control agenda that's going on, and also exposing a few trolls there that believe that. So yeah.
Do y'all get a lot of spammers and a lot of crappy ass trolls and stuff?
We do have a lot of trolls. We do have a lot of trolls in our pocket. We do have quite a bit. So at times you just gotta ignore them. Just do what we gotta do. I'll give you the link too, so you can come on. You'll see, but my friend who does the stream, he's a really cool. He's actually the one. Remember that No Place video I sent you on a couple months ago? You remember that?
I think so. Yes.
The one with the no planes video, where it showed the evidence of no planes hit the trade towers. It's that guy. That's the guy who made the video. He's my friend actually. So it's a really cool guy, and I think maybe you can come along too and just watch.
They really do like to demonize Islam too. I mean, Islam is a demonic religion, but they do love to demonize the Muslims or demonize Islamic culture to make it look as if the West is superior.
Oh, really? Well, I don't know. Islam is like it's based on a false prophet Muhammad. It's just he's like the 7th century Arab version of Joseph Smith, essentially. He had multiple wives. He said it's okay for Muslims to practice polygamy. He also said that Jesus was wrong. He wasn't the son of God, and he taught the Bible was like completely untrustworthy. I do agree that some verses of the Bible were like added, like 1 John 5:7, the ending of Mark, and one part of the Gospel of John. But the basic message is still there. Like it's not been like corrupted completely. It's just some verses have been added, essentially. But he is like saying that it's been totally corrupted. The words have been changed, and it's just Islam is a false religion, I think, and I find it ironic. A lot of Drake Shelton's followers are Muslims. Like it's ridiculous. So.
They really are too. That desert cultist guy, Isaiah and the desert cultist guy, they used to be Muslims, and they're from the Middle East. One of them is from the Middle East, and he follows Drake Shelton.
Oh,
yeah.
So
wow. Yeah, he was a Muslim.
I like it. Yeah. Lamech was the originator of Hence Crowley's Lamech, who is Lamech descended of Cain. Okay, he was the originator of polygamy. Okay, I see. Yeah, Rick Perry's a good guy too. I know. I know Rick Perry's the one who found Drake Shelton's license plate was also in. It was also in where in Alaska, right?
Yes, his license plate. I don't know how he did it. He hasn't shown me, but apparently they traced his license plates to Anchorage 2016, and Baked Alaska's also from there. And Baked Alaska's the guy that led the January 6th protest by the alt-right or America First people and the Patriot Boys and the Groypers. They're called the Groypers. And Baked Alaska was the guy that chiefly led those people into storming the Capitol, and they all got arrested and stuff and got fined and charged. And he's from the same place as Southern Israelite.
That's really odd. That's really odd.
Isn't Vegas like a very heavily place with the feds are involved in Vegas because of the money rings?
I'm not sure.
Because
I think the reason he's in Vegas is just to just because there's the guy's a prostitute, dude. The guy's like sees hookers all the time, so it's like that's why he's there. Like he himself said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's like it's ridiculous. It's disgusting too. Like I would never ever in my life go to a prostitute. It's so risky, and it's a terrible life too. It's like a lot of these you see a lot of these hookers. Like a lot of them are actually they're answering to someone else. They're actually part of some forced sex trade. It's disgusting, and Drake Shelton supporting that just shows that this guy is not a person who, I'm no radical. I'm no feminist. I agree. I can't stand those radical feminists, but it's still it doesn't justify trafficking women like that. I'm sorry, that's completely wrong, completely disgusting.
You think he's going to probably get herpes or an STD or maybe even AIDS?
I wouldn't be surprised if he already doesn't have it. I wouldn't be surprised.
And those things are not clean.
You do not want to live. You do not want to. It's once you catch it, it stays with you for the rest of life. It's not something you want to catch. So it's important. That is one thing. Doing that. I think prostitution is disgusting. Yeah, some people in the Old Testament do it, but here's the thing: Old Testament. A lot of people in the Old Testament, they weren't perfect either. So just because they did something, it doesn't mean it's right.
I would agree. I don't know. She would smell of beer and cocaine probably, and probably probably like her other people, the other guys that she had been with. It's probably not that comfortable.
I mean, that's why did he go to, like, I gotta wonder, why did he go to Vegas out of all the states? Like, why is it that he picked, he's like, so I remember he said, I'm leaving Iowa for Nevada and California because you guys aren't supporting my ministry, and, why there out of all places? I'm sure he could easily get a job in, like, Texas or, wherever, Illinois or wherever, but, it's just, I think he went there just because of the gambling there, because he loves to gamble too, and he wastes his money, but... I wonder what he does for a living. Like, I wonder, how is he making money?
Well, he says he's a professional gambler. He probably just sells drugs. And he's in a place that people don't care, not even the police. He can just pay the police off. If you make enough money, you can pay off the police. You can pay off the FBI, you can pay off anyone with the right amount of money and influence. If you have the right connections, you can pay people off. So there's no telling, but he's probably just gambling for all as of right now. All we know is that he's gambling. And he says he's got $100,000. I personally don't believe it.
The guy's that guy's a liar, dude. He is a total liar. He's been caught in lies so many times, and when he gets exposed, he takes his channel down. Maybe that's why he's not uploading, because someone probably exposed him and he's embarrassed. Now he's doing damage control.
It's very weird. Rick Perry says
I'm just saying,
Oh, Rick Perry was saying that he went to Vegas to stalk Reformed Stoic.
Oh, really? I didn't know Reformed Stoic is from Vegas, so...
He's from Kodiak, but he lived in Vegas for a while. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know, but he is kind of obsessed with Stoic. He talks a lot about Stoic, but I think he went to Vegas for the prostitutes and just the gambling and the
That makes sense. I mean, why didn't he go to California? Because he also mentioned California. Why is he in Vegas?
He wants an easy way to get to money. He wants he wants to take that large nose and those popping hands, and he wants to stick it into some cash, baby. He wants to put some gold grills on, and he wants
that guy's not a role. That guy's one of the biggest pieces of garbage I've ever met. I've ever seen. I've never talked to him personally, but he's total garbage. That guy, total trash.
He really is, and so is the theist, the desert cultist guy, and super looming hyena, and Red Ed, and all these other pieces of garbage that follow him.
Yeah. I guess you can say Drake is kind of like a modern day, he's like a modern day Muhammad or Joseph Smith, essentially, except they're not really getting a following. No one's really listening to them. So, and I think Red Redder called him out, Red Redder told him, I don't care how many books you've written, doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean, you can type on a computer for hours, doesn't mean anything. Anyone can do that. So, writing books doesn't mean anything.
Stoic was pushed out of Vegas by Intrepid Corporation, Underhill Securities, and John Bayer, a professor of entrepreneurial business. And Southern Israelite earns his money as an intelligence asset. Well, it's potentially possible. Rick Perry, what did you think of that weird acoustics device that I found? That's just so bizarre. And I've had a couple of encounters, Rick Perry, of guys that wear earpieces. It hasn't happened very much, but there was a couple of times that it happened to me. So, I mean, I can confirm that it has happened a few times, but not many. It stopped. It hasn't, I haven't seen no one with earpieces walking or following me for about 4 or 3 months. But yeah, so I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know, and at the end of the day, I mean, you just have to be close to God.
Yeah, pretty much in the end, that's all that's important.
But I do believe what Rick Perry says. I do think that there was something was going on, and Stoic had to get out of there.
I see. Well, I guess Stoic did the right thing. So.
But I don't know about Southern Israelite being involved with it. I think he just went there to gamble, and he's not
most likely just coincidence.
Yeah, and there's lots of CIA guys that gamble and play the lottery too. For extra money, so
That makes sense. Drake Shelton. I mean, he lived in a trailer when he was like in Tennessee, right?
Yes. Yeah, he lived in an pretty old, busted up, like, trailer park, basically. You know, just like Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah. So then he moved to then he moved to Iowa, right?
I think he moved to Kentucky. To Tennessee. And then he moved to some other place. I think he moved to Illinois, and then he moved to
I think it was
Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa, I think. He said he was from Iowa. In Iowa, I guess he also lived in a trailer park, or he was just paying rent.
There's also some times where he was living in a tent and had no modern equipment, no running water, no electricity. You know, he just lived in a tent for a while.
Yeah. I wondered, does the guy live in his car? Like when I was seeing him, I was like, this guy live. I think I asked you, does this guy live in his car? It's looks like it. So.
He probably was.
I mean, the guy.
First. I think he was for a while.
I mean, he sounds really unhygienic. Yeah. He sounds very unhygienic too, like Southern Israelite. He sounds like a pretty unhygienic guy. Doesn't he?
I think that he's just he's full of himself, and he's looking for some kind of narcissistic supply to take advantage of.
Yeah, exactly. That's all he wants. He just wants people to praise him and just to feel like he always says oh, I've destroyed this person. Just saying that doesn't mean you destroyed them. I think more he's been I'm sorry, but Red Reddick humiliated him completely, absolutely annihilated him, and then when he couldn't win, he just went to violent threats. He's like, oh, I'd love to just beat it out in the parking lot with you guys.
So basically, his own version of internet blood sports with Red's rhetoric, starring Drake Alden Shelton, the greatest educator in the world, versus the nerdiest.
Yeah,
it's
who needs to continuously tell themselves they're the greatest who needs to always tell themselves that? I don't. He tells himself that all the time. I'm the greatest educator. I'm the greatest. It's yeah, we get it. Dude. You say it every time. So, you got a problem if you need to continue saying that. So.
He misspells a lot in his books. There's a lot of spelling errors and grammatical errors in his books.
Oh, really? I'm not surprised. They're not even professionally published. They're just written on he just writes them on I think on Google Drive and then just publishes it.
Pretty much. But there's quite a few. I've read some of his books, and there's quite a few spelling errors. And all it is just mainly quotations.
Yeah, I mean, he lost me at Flat Earth. I'm sorry, flat, because when I first found him, the first video I found was that with him and Eric John Phelps. I thought he was a smart guy. That looked like this guy's a flat earther. I was yeah, I don't think.
With him and Eric John Phelps, but they used to not be flat earthers. At the start of both of their ministries, they were geocentric round earthers, young creationist round earthers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I also disagree with geosat. As far as I'm pretty sure the Earth orbits the sun, just based on the different constellations you see every year, and I'm not a flat earther either. So and I think I think it fully goes in line with the Bible, the heliocentric model, and the planets orbiting the sun. That's why we see planets like Mercury and Venus transit between the Earth and the sun. So it makes the I don't know why some people are go on.
When you cross the equator, doesn't the sky change a lot? It goes in reverse.
Yeah, it does change. The positioning of it does appear upside down when you cross the equator, just because of the curvature of the Earth. And that's why if you go in the North Pole and the South Pole, the stars are actually different, because there's a reason why constellations what is it what's the Big Dipper and the North Star,
Polaris.
Sorry, I think it's the Little Dipper. Yeah, Ursa Minor. Polaris is the North Star. Yes, there's a reason you always see it at the North Pole but don't see it at the South Pole. You always every time you look up, it's always there all throughout the year. That's because the Earth is rotating around the sun, but because the top is always facing the same side of the universe, that's why the northern hemisphere is always the same, and same as the southern hemisphere. So, it doesn't make sense. It does rotate, but you see, if the Earth was geocentric, the Polaris would be at the same position, wouldn't even move. You wouldn't even see it rotate. But because the Earth is rotating around the sun, that's why you see Polaris move in a circle around the year, but it's still the northern hemisphere. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's the round, the Earth is not flat, and then it's also the International Space Station. You can see it orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, and I know someone was saying is you can see a jetliner at 70,000 feet, but the thing about the ISS is because you don't see the ISS in the morning, okay, because the sun is too bright. It's only nighttime you see it you only see the ISS at night. Same way at nighttime when you see airplanes flying with their strobe lights on. It's the same thing with the ISS you see at night, and it's pretty bright when it goes over the Earth. So.
Yeah, definitely. So you can actually see it without a telescope.
Yes, you can. You can actually. It might look like an airplane at first, but then you look closer. It's no, it's a space station. The way it's moving, it's much higher than all the airplanes. And yeah, if you get a good telescope, you can see all the nodes and the trusses on the International Space Station. So, and there's also there's 50-hour videos of some astronauts being on the space station. There's not 50 hours, they're 2 hours long. So there's no fakery, any CGI. It's up there. So.
And there really is no gravity in the near orbit of the Earth.
Yeah, there is no. Yeah, it does fade away once you get to a certain altitude. Yes. And that's the thing with that's the problem. That's another problem I have with Drake Sheldon tries to debunk gravity. Okay, it's yeah, I do get we don't really understand what is the exact cause and force of gravity, but here's the thing: you pick up a ball and throw it down, it's gonna fall down. Okay, there is a force that's pulling it down. That's all. This one, I think that's what Red's Rhetoric pointed out. It's how do you explain you pick up something and drop it like that? It's and Drake Sheldon's oh, this gravity doesn't make sense, but something does. There is a force that pulls down objects. What it is, no one really fully understands. Not even the smartest scientists in the world understand that yet. But there is something that pulls it down. So
the graviton or something of that nature.
Whatever it is, I know some people believe in the electric universe, which they believe it's electromagnetic rather than the general consensus is that idea is that objects with large enough, every object that has mass will eventually generate its own gravitational pull, but it's still not fully understood yet. But I know some people believe in the electric universe, which I don't discount it, but not sure about it either. So Which is a belief that's actually electromagnetic force that pulls everything down. But whatever, I'm not sure. But like I said, as far as I know, the Earth is round. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree.
Yeah.
Was there any other questions?
Yeah, Nico's a flat earther.
Was there like any other?
I know Nico's a flat earther, but Nico's a flat earther, but he's cool. He's not attacking me for I'll respect him for I don't agree with his flat earth views, but he seems like a decent guy. Just some of the stuff he wrote was kind of I won't say it directly, but some of the stuff he wrote was kind of odd. But he's a cool guy, I think.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
I don't know why he says he has a shoe fetish. He might just be shit banting. Or
I don't know. I thought it was kind of I was kind of weird when he was writing that, but he's a cool guy, whatever,
Yeah, he's okay. He's a hard-working guy. He has quite a lot of hours working.
Right, that's a good thing. That's great. I think he's also a Texan like you, right?
Yes, yeah. He's from Texas also. Well, was there anything else you wanted to talk about, or what?
I think we talked about everything. I think we can. If you want to call it off, we can call it off for today. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to. It was fun, man.
Yeah.
Forge gang.
Yeah. So hopefully hope you can come around tomorrow on my friend's stream. We're expose Buffalo and it may not. There's a possibility we may not have tomorrow, but I'll let you know if we have to delay from tomorrow. But yeah, we do try either tomorrow or Saturday. We want to go live, so we'll do our best to do that. And yeah, I'll give you the link. I'll make sure Ashes also gets it. So so it'll be great to see both of you there.
You got her Gmail, right?
Maybe you can drop it. Yeah, and you can give it to 3-4 maybe too. I just don't want the trolls in this pocket just to come in. So. And likewise, I don't want the trolls in my pocket to come. So I'm not going to tell them about your channel or anything. So.
Oh, thank you. I'll use a different alt. I'll come over there I'll come over there on a different alt then.
Yeah, sure. Great.
It was good talking to you.
Yeah. So we can talk in private for a bit if you want. You can just end the stream and.
Okay.
We can just talk for a few minutes and then I might just go to bed after that. So.
Okay. It was good. Thank you all for coming on.